Hello, Karen and Eben. Evan, how are you?
As soon as I unmuted. There we go.
Oh.
I think you were trying to unmute me as I was doing it too. So.
Yes, so good to see you both. You look beautiful.
You too. You're looking great. So great to be on with you today.
Yes, so I want to just go ahead and start a little chit chat before we begin. I have a volunteer from IANS, Sean Lether from Hawaiian IANS is here.
Hey,
so
nice.
Yeah, so if I have to run to the restroom or, if my computer shuts down, we have a backup plan.
Good, I love that.
And if our internet should dip, it occasionally does, we'll get right back on. But hopefully it won't. Fingers crossed. So
awesome. Well, I'm just going to start this out with a short little prayer, and then I'll introduce you, and then we will just begin. But thank you so much for being here. I love this.
Well, our pleasure.
Right. So if everyone would just take a deep centering breath and really feel into the energy of your heart. And when you're ready, just imagine a beautiful waterfall of white light and unconditional love coming in at your crown chakra. This white light is healing at the emotional level, the physical level, spiritual level. You can feel it harmonizing every part of your body. And when the light reaches your heart, imagine that you can feel the space around your body, your room, your city, your country. And feel this connection, this oneness that we have to each other. Near-death experiencers often talk about this moment of oneness, and it is the absolute key to greater freedom, greater peace, greater release, and greater love. We can all access that at that heart level. And let this light just move through your entire body, your entire aura. And we're going to set an intention for this conference that everyone watching now or later, that they receive the energy and the wisdom and the right inspiration to move forward and to add more love and joy to this planet in their own individual way. Thank you, Creator, for giving us this light and this joy and this abundance on our paths. So thank you for all of the viewers and all of the speakers and this wonderful community. I am entirely grateful. Amen.
Amen. Beautiful.
Oh, so I am just really excited to talk with you both. And my first question is, what is it like? And it's just kind of a basic question, but what is it like being out there in the public for this long and interacting with people? What has been the real joy of telling your story, of working with people? I'd love to hear.
Well, if I can start, I would simply say it's absolutely beautiful. By deciding to share my NDE and go as public as I have gone with it, what that means is there are hundreds of people who have told me their story. People who say, I've never told anybody this before, but, and then honored me with the sharing of their own deeply transformative journey. That's the biggest gift I could ask for, because it is repeatedly, day after day, month after month, these stories help to confirm and validate my own experience and my kind of suppositions about what we need to do in the scientific community to be more accepting of these. I mean, it's clear they're a fundamental, crucial part of human awareness. To dismiss them as hallucinations is ridiculous, given all the power they bring and the transformation. And really the whole world, as Ken Ring and Bruce Grayson and others pointed out long ago, just a knowledge of NDEs and their circumstances and their all their wonderful features can be a tremendous boon to anyone interested in learning more about our nature. So that's been a gift.
And I would say the gift for me being out in the public and talking about all of this is to actually witness people's transformation right there in our workshops, because we do these experiential meditations, and sometimes people are connecting with departed loved ones. They're having beautiful, deep insights into some vexing problem. Others who are near-death experiencers are able to kind of revisit that feeling. Now, not everyone does this, but it is so heartening when it does. And sometimes all someone needs is just a little bit of opening to really set them on the path of discovery. There was one gentleman who was very interested in all of these topics, had been involved in them for many, many years. But after he did this meditation in our workshop, he felt emotional. And he had never felt emotional before. And he came up to me afterwards and said, "Karen, you made me cry. And that is such a good thing." And so it's just really beautiful to witness people going through these really mini awakenings right there in our workshops. And they're just a stepping stone on the way to much bigger transformations that all of us have the potential for.
Yeah, I love that. And I do want to introduce you both. So we are live on my YouTube channel, and I'm sure many people know who you are, both of you, but Dr. Eben Alexander was a neurosurgeon for 25 years, and his book really was transformative for me. His book, Proof of Heaven, when I read it, I just thought, oh, someone has really made an impact in the near-death experience community. And I just remember feeling that and loving the writing, and it helps so many near-death experiencers. So I just want to give you kudos for that. And I love the book that you co-wrote as well. So both of you co-wrote Living in a Mindful Universe, which is also an amazing book. But your near-death experience, Dr. Alexander, has been studied by so many people, and it's been researched, talked about, and so many of us use it as this touchstone, that it really changed how we talk about near-death experiences. So I'm grateful for it, and grateful for all the talks that you give. And I love watching what you two do together, because it seems like this wonderful harmony, this partnership that you have of personal development. Karen Newell is a specialist in personal development, and heart-centered consciousness as well, which is a big part of that work. And she empowers others by helping them connect to inner guidance. And man, that is what people are so often asking for. I mean, like time and time again, that's what I hear from viewers. And that might be a good place to begin. You mentioned it a little in talking about what it's been like to be out there publicly. What is the easiest way for people who feel blocked to that insight, that of their intuition, their loved ones, their ancestors on the other side? How do you help people shift? I'm really curious.
Well, of course, we use the tool of Sacred Acoustics. That's the company I co-founded. Those are the audio recordings that we use at our meditations. But that's just one tool of very many to really begin the process of quieting the chattery mind. You're not going to find that inner guidance if you can't quiet down what Eben often calls the ego mind. It's really those racing thoughts that constantly get in our way, and that really prevents us from accessing that wisdom that is inside each of us. So a practice of meditation of any kind. I know for me, those audio recordings of Sacred Acoustics, binaural beats, really helped me to get into that state where I could kind of let my distracting thoughts exist in the background while my focus turned to something else. And that something else was deep within me, and I had to really learn how to access that inner voice. Another way that I did that was, as you mentioned, the heart consciousness. Simply the act of moving your awareness from your head to your heart can make a big, big difference. So a lot of times when we're doing affirmations or meditating, we're focusing maybe on our third eye or our breath. It's all up in our head area. But if you move your awareness, and for example, just imagine your breath is moving in and out of your heart, instead of your mouth, that can really help to bring you down from those distracting thoughts.
I think it's important to add that for me, I found one of the most impressive ways to revisit my NDE and to use meditation very actively through sacred acoustics is really learning that that voice in our head, as Karen mentioned, is so important. We're so used to thinking our way to answers with that little voice in our head. That is not the mystery of consciousness. That little voice is little more than a parlor trick. And I love how Michael Singer in his book, The Untethered Soul, he calls that running stream of thoughts in our head the annoying roommate. And that is it. That is true. Don't give it any more power than that. And what you can discover in meditation is that that ego mind, that kind of self-centered little ego voice in your head, can be put into timeout. And then you can start developing a much richer relationship of your awareness and connection with the universe. And I believe, from my point of view, sacred acoustics is a very powerful way to do that because of its unique ability, like other binaural beat brainwave entrainment, to influence circuits that are very important down in the lower brainstem. And so these sounds are processed in a very different part of the brain. They have a very different effect than any sound you've ever heard. But the essence of it is they help to set our conscious awareness free and liberate us, just like we're liberated at the time of bodily death. You know, our awareness expands. It doesn't constrict, which is the myth that materialist scientists would try and foist upon us. But no, just as NDEers have been telling us for thousands of years, our consciousness expands dramatically. And that's something Karen and I believe can be often accomplished through meditation, through going within, by acknowledging that little linguistic ego voice running stream of thoughts in the head is not our true consciousness, but that our true self has a much richer connection with the universe. And we can put that voice into timeout and then start really investigating consciousness with these kind of tones and with different meditative techniques.
So during your NDE, did you have that moment where you felt your consciousness was so much more expansive than yourself? And did you have trouble integrating and coming back? Like, what was your after effects like after your near-death experience?
Well, I think it's important to point out that one of the unique features of my near-death experience was the fact I was completely amnesic for the life of Eben Alexander. I had no words or language, no knowledge of this earth. And, you know, in the first weeks after I came back, I rationalized all that because I knew my neocortex had been so badly damaged that when I woke up in the ICU room on day 7, I didn't even recognize my mother, my sisters, my sons. You know, my memories were completely deleted. And yet then they came back in a very profound fashion over the next 2 months. And that was a tremendous kind of aspect of my journey, but it prevented me from having any kind of boundary going in of this life, Eben Alexander in the physical form, and what I went through in that spiritual experience. So that was a very important thing because in retrospect, it was crucial for some of the deepest and most profound lessons I learned. But the oneness with the divine that was so clear in that core realm, in the kind of ultimate endpoint of my journeying, was absolutely indescribable. And yet when I started reading other NDE accounts, you know, after I'd written all of my material down from this journey, I then allowed myself to start reading other NDEs and was shocked with all the similarities. I mean, NDEs going back thousands of years across all cultures. The similarities far outweigh the differences once you realize how profoundly ultra real and kind of impactful and meaningful that spiritual realm is. And so for me, that was just an absolutely tremendous gift, but it came packaged with this unusual amnesic form.
You know, something I've been thinking about lately is my near-death experience happened a long time ago, and now I have this space of time to think, who was I before? What was that experience like? Who am I now? Do you have those moments where you reflect on who you were before that experience, and what does that seem like to you?
Well, it's beautiful. It's a gift. You know, some people had suggested to me I might even be a walk-in. because I'd gone through such a transformation. But I don't think that's true at all. I think it was just a very tremendous kind of soul growth and transformation that occurred. And in fact, I could see how all the features of my life, and that includes kind of my ignorance as a materialist neuroscientist, believing that was the pathway to understanding the brain-mind connection, all of it was part of the package. All of it, all the wrong turns and the kind of misunderstandings, ultimately, and the kind of disbeliefs, ultimately, with the setting of my NDE, became a much more powerful kind of understanding. But I realized I had flipped 180 degrees, that my prior belief system was completely wrong, and that this was all about kind of soul and consciousness and our soul journeys.
And I just want to add, if I had met Eben, I did not meet him until after he returned from this coma journey, about 2 years after. If I had met him before, we often have this conversation, occasionally have this conversation, I'm not sure we would have found any common ground, because I was already so in the idea that consciousness is fundamental. I didn't use those words, but that was something I understood was the reality. So yeah, I think he's changed quite a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've gone through a lot of change.
And I feel like you have a mission together, that there is this mission, and I'd like to hear more about that. Like, when you step back and you think, what am I adding to humanity? It's almost like a legacy. Like, what are you doing for humanity? Like, how would you sum it up? Like, your highest hope, both of you.
I'd like to just share that Eben is much more attuned to this large mission than I am. And it really became clear when we first met, very immediately during that first week. He said, we're going to do this together. And I said, no, I don't do that. I don't go out and speak in public. I'm a behind the scenes person. I'm not doing that. I told him he was a nut. And, here we are. I am now part of this mission. Yeah, so you go on. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I knew we first met in November of 2011. It was about 3 years after my coma. And I knew when I first met Karen, we were actually involved in a workshop with other people, all interested in using differential frequency sound for brainwave entrainment and deep conscious exploration. So we obviously had a common interest, but I knew, I just had this strong feeling, and I must say my intuitions, my ability to kind of trust my deep knowings improved dramatically after my NDE. So that was absolutely necessary for me to even really connect with Karen the way we did. But I knew I could sense in her that we'd actually been on this mission before. I had this sense of a deep history that probably precedes these physical lifetimes, but a real deep sense that together with our kind of combination of scientific interest on my part and spiritual interest on her part, that we could successfully brew this incredible richness of the kind of synthesis of science and spirituality that I think is very reflected in the book we wrote together, in Living in a Mindful Universe. It's one of the most ambitious attempts to unite science and spirituality, but that's all something that happened 6 years after we first met, and I realized deeply that we had this work to do. And I remember when I first even signed Karen on for a set of talks I was going to give in Charlottesville to a group.
He put my name on the
flyer.
And
I put her name on as a presenter without necessarily checking with her, but I knew where we were headed with this. And I can tell you we're still headed that direction. In fact, I would say our work right up to this moment affirms that more strongly than anything in our history. So yes, we are deeply involved in this work together.
And I know a lot of near-death experience come back with this sense of mission. And it's such a drive that people suddenly, it's just amazing, this sense of mission that they come forward with. And I can tell you that resistance is futile, as I often say. And I think that's how the NDE experiencers feel, where you just are driven to create a new life for yourself, a new world. And I've been, I tried to resist, didn't work out very well. So here we are.
I love it, that being in touch with intuition sometimes it seems a little odd in the moment, you know, when you get a big download of what you're supposed to do, but you have to wait for it to unfold. And that's the beauty of it. But it's also kind of terrifying in that moment. I'm sure there were those moments where you both were like, oh, okay, we're going with this.
Not him,
No,
me.
and for me, I must confess, my NDE provided me with a very profound and very concrete sense of trust in the universe. I know that when we live our lives and have these heartfelt intentions to help the world and to bring love into the world, the universe helps us do that. And I know I can trust the universe has my back. And I believe it's supporting all the work we do. I think there's a tremendous revolution in the science of consciousness that's going to transform this world for the better as we come to discover we're really sharing one mind, just as NDEers who have had a life review have come to see how odd it is that you experience a life review, and often from the emotional perspective of those around you who are affected by your thoughts and actions. So it's a beautiful demonstration that the boundaries of self that we assume to be so real in these bodies are not necessarily so real. We're sharing the dreams of the one mind, and it's really all about growth, transformation, maturation, and deeper understanding. And that's what I think, I would say the NDE world is the tip of the spear that leads the rest of humanity into this kind of deep appreciation of oneness, of knowing, of love, of the divinity and sacred nature of each and every one of us, all interconnected as souls with this great spirit. And this world can become a far, far richer place as these lessons are shared more broadly.
Yes, agreed. And you know, to that point, the conference is basically, the theme is practical spirituality. So what do you say to people who are deeply hurting and just are not in that flow with the universe? They feel like they're being handed a lot of pain and things that they almost can't integrate in the moment. And I'm sure you encounter people like that. What advice do you both give to people that today that they can practically take into their lives and apply it in a way that can give them greater peace?
I would say a lot of it is just teaching people to trust the notion that the truth lies within us. The answers lie within us all. Going within mind. You know, the materialist model that I subscribed to before my coma said that thoughts and emotions and all that stuff just had to do with chemistry going on in the substance of the brain. You know, a 3.5 pound gelatinous mass floating in a warm, dark bath in my head. That is not true. Consciousness is far grander than that. We are far more interconnected than can ever happen from such an isolated system. In fact, where we make the most progress, I think, is in deep meditation, where we're really connecting with the rest of the world and honoring the rest of the world, and doing so in a fashion to try and bring love and healing and comfort to the least, the last, and the lost. This is really all about saving all souls, and we're all in this together. No soul to be left behind. That's something Karen and I often talk about. And I think that's one of the beautiful gifts that the NDE community brings. But it's clear to me, as has been written by others before, the knowledge of NDEs can certainly help transform the whole world. So we don't need for every single human being to have an NDE, but to simply pay attention to what's going on in NDEs, and also pay a little attention going on into one's own mind. We know in the scientific world that mind over matter is a very powerful and real concept. I mean, in medical science, we've honored placebo effect for more than 6 decades as the gold standard for assessing any new treatment. And placebo effect is nothing more than an admission by medical science that a patient's thoughts, attitudes, and beliefs play a tremendous role in their healing and wholeness. So,
but I have a little addition to this mind over matter. I feel as though it's more spirit over matter, right, or spirit then mind then matter, because you were asking, how do people who are just really stressed out and all of this, and you're told, oh, use your mind. Well, your mind is all messed up in that moment, right? You're all stressed, you're worried. I know when I used to get very worked up or triggered, I would say, by some event, that it was very challenging in that moment to really do something about it in that moment. But after a time of regular practice of going within, any kind of form of meditation, then I became more able to, in that moment, to kind of rise above it. And this other part of me, we'll call it the inner observer, the objective inner observer, was able to kind of get that broader perspective right in that moment and sort of feed me, oh, you should try this. And I would try that, and the situation would de-escalate, right? So it's this meditation practice can really prepare you for a lot of those difficult moments out in the world. And you just really need to get started if you haven't. In some method, there are so many methods out there. There's no excuse. An app, a breathing technique, whatever it is, find a way to create that space within.
Agreed. And that space, I think one of the gifts of the near-death experience is detachment, that feeling of being detached from the body. I think I've gone through life and I've always had that little piece of me that can detach, that sometimes it's hard to be fully embodied here, but meditation is really the answer to both of that. It gives you that space and it brings you closer to who you really are. That higher self is what I feel that you're talking about too. The spirit, the higher self, the guiding force. It's all incredibly important. I have another question, and this is like for people who believe that we are transitioning into a new earth, and going through a lot of changes. I feel from my guides and angels, they've told me that the next 5 years are going to be phenomenal in terms of healing, that there's going to be all kind of breakthroughs, that, modalities we haven't even heard of, people stepping into their power as healers, that really we're going to see healing at a greater degree. Do you guys feel that as well?
I think that's very much the case, and a lot of it has to do with kind of a coalescence of information from various studies, practitioners, confirming the power of mind and the ability to kind of heal self and others. And these studies come in many different forms. Some of them so kind of basic as to be, the mental influence on distant germinating seeds or chemical reactions, things like that. But it also expands into clinical studies of people showing ability to heal others. The power of prayer, I think, is more and more being demonstrated as a very powerful modality that can truly get results. And I think you're exactly right. And from my point of view, this is a tremendous revolution happening at all levels around the world, having to do with this deeper understanding of the mind-brain relationship
and the spirit
and spirit. I think Karen makes an excellent point.
The part that's not so accessible is really where the magic is.
Yeah, and that's the origin of our very existence and awareness of existence, is in that spiritual realm. So to try and use the word mental might be more satisfying to the scientific crowd, but ultimately what Karen says is absolutely true. When you realize spirituality can be defined very simply as a kind of sense of connection with others and with the universe at large, and a sense of meaning and purpose. You don't have to pile anything else on your definition. Those very simple characteristics can allow for a very robust kind of proposal of spirituality and how we're all spiritual beings in a spiritual universe. And that's really this top-down causality we're talking about.
And just to point out, Kelly Turner wrote a book you may be familiar with, some of you, called Radical Remission, where she took a couple thousand of these or so, I don't know the exact number,
it was just over 1,000
of cancer remission cases, and found 9 factors that contributed to their remissions that weren't involved with traditional medicine. 6 of those 9 factors were spiritual. That feeling of connection, feeling of meaning and purpose. That's that spirit over matter at work. And, in the West, where, you talk about all of these healing modalities that are coming our way, they're probably not going to be biological based. I mean, we've been doing that for the last 70 years or so, 60 or so. Well, with the psychiatric medicines, I'm thinking, when that all came so popular, and we turned to depend on medicines to repair our depression, our anxiety, and what have you, where really there's very likely a more spiritual source of that anger anxiety or whatever that mental health issue is. But you pointed out earlier, Tricia, how many of you saw Eben's experience as a touchstone. And interestingly, Stephen Lauries in Belgium, he did he made a chart, we have it somewhere, of research that was going on with near-death experiences, and leading right up to 2012, that's when Eben's book came out, even though his experience happened in 2008. But right up to 2012, there were, a certain number of research studies going on. But after 2012, they've grown. And so
up very dramatically.
Dramatically. So
2013.
Yeah, so studies in general, somehow Eben's experience seemed to inspire not only you near-death experiencers, which I've seen firsthand, how many are so inspired, but researchers have also been inspired. So this could be part of that turning point that you're talking about, right, where we really are going to start to see some explosion when this really becomes known by more of us.
And I would just add the importance of my case, and this is something that was really brought up in the case report that Dr. Serbi Khanna and Bruce Grayson and Lauren Moore wrote up on my case, my medical records, and published September 2018 in the Journal of Nervous and Mental Diseases. I think that report went a long way to helping the medical and scientific communities understand kind of the depths of what I was saying in Proof of Heaven. That it really completely, my experience could not have happened if the modern tenets of neuroscience and its notions of brain creating consciousness were true. So right there's some profound evidence, and I think that helped a lot of scientists to really get on board with the reality of NDEs. It certainly helped me tremendously by going through the experience, especially as, discovering the identity of that beautiful guardian angel. That's what did it. So.
I'm curious. I'm not familiar with a lot of the research. What research excites you that is coming out since your book came out? What have you been impressed by?
Pretty much everything I pay attention to. I think one concrete example for the scientific audience would be to look at the progress made in 3 landmark books, a trilogy of books that come out of University of Virginia, which is one of the most globally respected groups of people studying these kind of effects. And these books were edited by Ed Kelly. And I can highly recommend them. From my point of view, they're the very best kind of scientific resources on the scientific revolution going. The first book came out in 2007. It was called Irreducible Mind. It was based.
And that's the book you discovered where you were like, oh my God, all this research is already going on.
They actually gave me a copy of that book when I went to speak 2 years after my coma, to the day, 2 years from waking up. I went to speak at UVA, reported my NDE to them as a group, and they gave me a copy of Irreducible Mind. And all of a sudden I realized, oh my God, this much work has been done by scientists around the world. I realized they were very far along a pathway I thought I was going to have to blaze. But no, they'd already done this very powerful work. And not only that, but then you see the progress in Ed Kelly's books, because in the year, I think it was 2015, so 8 years later, he put out a book called Beyond Physicalism, which I endorsed, and which is a very profound book. It was more of a theoretical book. Irreducible Mind was more of the empirical data. But then in 2021, he's published Consciousness Unbound. And again, I'm a lead endorser of that book, but if you read that book, you will see where all this is going. These are very deep. They're not for the kind of casual armchair observer, but I think that they, just in and of themselves, show a tremendous amount of progress just over, a decade and a half of work. That's what's so amazing.
And what I've noticed when reviewing these different articles at different times, the earlier articles, these scientists are a little more deferential to the materialist worldview, where they're trying to make it work within the materialist worldview, make it physical, and they're using all the language of that. But now they're really starting to move away from that and becoming more confident that there is another theoretical model that can easily be supported by all of this data that's been collected. And that's really remarkable to really see, and you can go back and read the papers yourself and see how they've some of these scientists have grown over the years. And I think that's just because more data is coming out and more scientists are flipping, as Eben says, and they're realizing there's something to this. And so it's starting to, the little ball rolling down the hill is starting to get a little faster.
And I would simply add, in many ways, it's all the progress in this field is also somewhat tied to progress in unraveling the mysteries of quantum physics. But the essence of it is just astonishing when you read through these books. And so here, by the time you get to Consciousness Unbound, you have very profound, robust discussions by scientists of the reality of the afterlife, the reality of reincarnation. I mean, these things are beyond dispute in a scientific setting. And so it's just a much bigger theater of operations. And our culture has not yet caught up on the dramatic and powerful, implications of this revolution in understanding. Because things like the afterlife and reincarnation are absolutely real. If you don't understand the reality of it, it's not a belief system. It's not about faith. It's totally about the empirical data, the scientific, rigorous analysis of these phenomena. And the progress made just over the decade and a half of those 3 books is really phenomenal. When you look at how far that group has come, and they're all scientists who are deeply involved in the scientific evidence. They are not woo-woo and kind of mystified by things that might confuse other people. This is very high-level scientific work.
But I just remembered some of the research is on mediums by the Wimbridge Institute, and they for a while now have been evaluating mediums and found that yes, certain mediums are able to deliver information that suggests survival of these deceased individuals. But they did some more recent studies where they actually, one of the big arguments of materialism is that maybe some of these experiences are a result of telepathy somehow. I mean, they don't believe in telepathy, but somehow they want to use that as the reason.
It's better for them than
That's
survival.
Better than survival, some strange consciousness telepathy. But where was I going with that?
The mediumship. And
oh, yes. And so the follow-up study they did is that they actually asked these mediums, many mediums who can speak to departed souls are also psychic. And guess what? The mediums get the information in different ways. It's not the same thing. They know the difference. It's, in fact, exceedingly different from each other. And they even did another study, an EEG study, I think, yes, where they looked at different mental states of mediums. And there was a definite mental state, measured by the EEG in the brain when they're doing a mediumship reading, as opposed to making something up or imagining something or and so on. So yeah, they're really getting down to these excuses of how this can't be real are really falling apart.
I love it. And I'm going to have a little fun here with you two. The deep questions, the philosophical questions that people wake up with are really like, you wake up and you're like, who am I? Where am I? What is this all about? That's what we're doing. And, there's scientific explanations, there's spiritual explanations, but, how are they coming together in the clearest way for you in terms of just observing your life in this world?
I'm sorry,
how are the studies and how are what you know and what you've experienced?
Answering the big questions.
Yeah, the big questions like who are we and how did that change? Maybe after your near-death experience and what is that now? Like when you wake up and you're like, who am I? Who am I really? And what is this experience and what's the purpose of it?
Well, I would say that my experience and certainly what I've heard from many other NDEers and certainly many other people who have not had NDEs, but who are into meditation and have done a lot of work, kind of seeking a purpose in life and all that. I think a lot of that is changing very dramatically with this. So this is not just about, a revolution in science and in philosophy, about understandings that in many ways have been misleading for 5,000 or more years. But more importantly, it's really, it offers tools for the individual and also the suggestion to the individual that you are, an agent without any known limitations. You can go deep into mind, come into a much richer knowing of your connection with the universe. And I think just the scientific support for the value of going within, and also the scientific support for the notion that this mental space that we talk about, that so many of us think is our private little mental world, is actually in many ways a very shared world, and also has access to some of the greatest creative forces and deep knowledge of the universe. So the more we can start to take advantage of this individually with meditation and kind of educating ourselves about this tremendous awakening, the more good it can do all of us.
And I would just add this idea of who am I? What is my purpose? That has been a question I've had since I was born, and I've never stopped thinking about it. And where I've come now is that we are much bigger than we think, and we are more than our bodies. We are more than these lives. We have consciousness in these theories is eternal. And so that means we've been out there, here, there, wherever a very long time. And so there's a much bigger perspective that I like to take on why we are here and what is our purpose, not just this one individual lifetime. So yeah, that evolves over time as we learn and grow more.
Yeah, I love that answer. Even though I went through this agnostic period before my near-death experience, I remember being a child and having these dreams that, I was being given information by this light, and I was told that I would spread light, and that would be part of what I did in my future. And I remember thinking, oh, that's really strange. That's a strange dream. But then, after the near-death experience, it made sense, in a little way. So I think we are connected to just a field of ancestors, a field of guides and support, and it's much, much bigger than we think. There's so much more support. What can you say to people that will help them connect to ideas from consciousness studies and help them connect to their bigger purpose? So anything that, that opens their mind to a degree.
Well, one thing about finding your purpose is that I used to think that it was a task, an activity that would be my purpose, whether it was, running a bakery or what have you, being a teacher. But what I really came to learn is that so I would during the time I was really focused on really wanting to know my purpose, I was just constantly asking questions, going to psychics, hypnosis readings, and so on, wanting that answer. And what I finally did was I gave up. I literally surrendered. And you can't just pretend to do this. You have to actually literally surrender. And when I did that, I started to change how I honed in on my purpose. And what I did after sort of surrendering and saying, okay, I don't care anymore what it is, then I would just sort of go within and imagine what it would feel like if I was fulfilling my purpose. And that feeling is something you can generate inside. It's a feeling of satisfaction, of, think of all the words that you would feel like if you had found your purpose. And once I started just generating that feeling as if I had found my purpose, my life changed dramatically. I left my career. I had already left a marriage. I moved to another state. Lo and behold, a few months later, I meet Eben, and we know what happened from there, at least a little bit of it, yeah, so I never, ever could have imagined, like you were saying as a child, what does this mean? Teaching, spreading light, that sounds so strange. And yet, that's what people say now, and you couldn't have understood it then. I could never have understood what I'm doing now back then. And if I had known, I very likely would have self-sabotaged. I would not have allowed myself to get to that point. And I know someone who did exactly that. She had visions as a teenager of her soulmate, actually, and she knew she would meet her soulmate in her late 20s. So as she's going through life, she's waiting for that soulmate, rejecting every man along the way. Lo and behold, she meets her soulmate. To put the long story short, the relationship didn't work out. And she realized it's because she knew and waited for him. She didn't go through the process of being with other men, of learning certain things. And so she kind of self-sabotaged. When you know what's coming, that's a risk. And so I learned that you don't need to know. It's better not to know. Just live your life, feel like you're living a purpose, and all of it will just unfold without you really having to do a lot. But being that energy is certainly part of the equation.
Awesome answer. Well, I'm going to switch to my co-host, Sean Lether at IANS, and he has a question for you too.
It's an absolute honor to meet you guys and to listen to your story today. And hopefully you can come share it with our Hawaiian Alliance group sometime.
Yes.
But so what would be, I'm a new experiencer, relatively new, 3 years. But what would you tell somebody, what's the first thing that you would tell somebody who's had an experience, who is afraid to tell anybody, and who's looking for help? Let's just say you met with them. What would you tell them?
Well, that is a very practical question, because we hear that all the time from people. And what I encourage people to do is to share their story. I think it's healthier to share your story. Of course, one has to be a little cautious about that. But the good news is there are IANS groups and other kind of receptive populations that are an excellent kind of place to start sharing your story. And for me, it's not only from my own experience, but from what I've seen in others. I think it can be very healing to kind of help share it and process it, because in essence, I think the universe wants us to bring these stories back and share them. The universe is in the process of growing tremendously. And yes, it's you can have a bit of fear and trepidation around it, because our society at large is still not really truly ready to hear these stories. But I would say that the community is expanding dramatically. I think the medical community in particular has made tremendous progress just over the last decade. Of course, a lot of the nurses got all this before anyway. I give them full credit. Some of us doctors were a little slower on the uptake, but yes, the medical science, there's several books, The Science of Near-Death Experiences by John C. Hogan III, that is all about the scientific basis supporting this. So the world is slowly waking up, and I would just encourage those experiencers out there to share your story. It's good to share it, initially with other experiencers like in IANS groups, but like we said, there are many IANS groups around the world. It's easy to get to them online and share that story and start doing that. And I've had so many people share with me their very major NDE experiences, which I often encourage them to not only share widely, but often they're asking me, should I, put this out as a book? Should I go that far? And for some of these really amazing experiences, I say yes. That the world is waking up to where these experiences can really help the world to mature into the next level of understanding.
And I would just remind new experiencers that the average for really integrating your experience is 7 years. So you want to be very gentle with yourself. And sometimes people are given these very strong missions that they resist. And that's another thing that happens. And years go by. And finally, I know some of them, they are finally doing what they were told would be part of their mission. And so just be gentle with yourself. I know another one that we recently heard of had a near-death experience because of a COVID. I guess he was on a ventilator and had an experience. And he's brand new at this, and he's like Eben was exploding. And you probably were, both of you, exploding with this. Oh my God, the world is not what we think. Everyone needs to know. And it can be a little of a letdown when people don't respond in the way that you might think they should. But so yeah, be gentle with yourself and realize it takes time, and more of the experience you had might become even more apparent to you as time goes on.
Yes, you can certainly re-explore. That's one of the things Karen and I often talk about, is using meditation
or hypnotic regression.
I've used meditation, with sacred acoustics, hour or two daily for the last decade or so, and often use it to revisit my NDE, not just to recover memories, but actually in a very kind of robust and dynamic form of re-engaging with the entities, the the various forces, that infinite loving force of God that is so healing. All of that I like to revisit, and I can do that through meditation. And I would strongly encourage other NDEers.
Some like to do that and others don't. So it's okay either way.
I love it. I love it. In fact, that was a big part of healing, was connecting with those angels again. And it's
right. I think it is.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Sean, for that question. And this is maybe my final question, and then we'll take some questions from YouTube. But, for people who are speaking publicly, sometimes they're attacked or discredited. And I heard a funny meme the other day. No one who's doing better than you is ever going to attack you. So, Oprah's not going to come out and attack you. There's this level of, there's this jealousy that sometimes people have. But this is an attack culture. And this hurts a lot of sensitive people. So what do you say to people who you encourage to put their book out or to be out there publicly about handling attack? I mean, there's way more
Evan
love.
is so good at this. He's so good at this.
Curious,
Well, I have the advantage. So many people think this is a debate between science and spirituality. And I do have a significant advantage by having a lot of formal training in neuroscience and in kind of the scientific disciplines. So, people.
He's very confident.
Yeah, I'm quite confident about what my experience says and where NDEs in general are taking us. But I think the main thing to remember is this experience happened to you for a reason. It's part of your soul journey, and to fail to grow completely through it as it's intended would be a real shame. And that's why I think that people just need to acknowledge and have this kind of heartfelt authenticity in discussing their experience and sharing it, with others, and even in kind of musing it over in themselves. This authenticity, this deep honesty is very important. And so, yes, there will be some naysayers out there in the world who might try and bring you down for sharing this kind of a story, but the universe has your back. And in my NDE, I luckily gained the trust in the universe and that kind of coverage. And I can only tell you to follow your heart and really just share your truth. And yes, the world, I would say 20, 30 years ago, the world was probably not as welcoming as it is today. And I believe over the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to see a dramatic improvement in the way the world deals with these. And that's just based on my observations of traveling the world and talking to many people about these topics, talking with a lot of other scientists about these topics, so kind of gauging the degree of progress that's actually being made in the scientific community. But I say all that with some real confidence that this world is dramatically improving in its ability to foster and benefit from these stories and to help the people who share these stories.
But meanwhile, if you're a sensitive person, as many of us are, and you're feeling that criticism, remember this little phrase. It is none of your business what other people think of you. That has helped me significantly, because we get reviews and stuff and not everyone agrees, and it's none of our business what they think. It's for them to be concerned about, not us. So that's another line that helps me.
I like that. And I wonder, have you changed the minds of some of the agnostics that you knew before your near-death experience? So have you opened up the minds of people who thought much like you before?
Yes, we actually hear from a lot of people along those lines, and I'm particularly impressed with a lot of the scientists, engineers, physicists, other doctors, nurses, people scientifically trained who are very grateful, because what they realize this all brings, beginning with proof of heaven, but following through a lot of our other work of Living in a Mindful Universe is the true proof of heaven, goes far beyond that original book. But I think it's really all about rapidly shifting, people being honest with themselves. I'm reminded of Jessica Utz, who did a tremendous amount of statistical work on things like precognition and remote viewing, and how when she would address her scientific audience and say, well, do you want more data or do you want a personal experience? All the scientists said personal experience. That's what they wanted, not more data. They weren't even reviewing the studies anyway.
Neither did you.
Neither did I must confess. But so the reality is, yeah, there's a tremendous amount of progress being made. This will make the world a much better place.
We have a 33-day journey that we put out, a free 33-day drip email campaign. Basically, you put your email in, you get an email each day that takes you to a link, the short statement, and an exercise. And when people go through this, we have seen some comments. We haven't met these people, but they say, I used to be an atheist and I'm not anymore. Just from going through that exercise where we kind of point out all of the major themes of that book, Living in a Mindful Universe. It's still available. Thousands of people have done it. It's available anytime. You can find it at ebenalexander.com/33 days.
Yeah, 33 days.
But it's also a link on the homepage.
Yeah, and the best part about it is that has created a community. More than, 9,000 people have taken it last time I checked.
Might be more.
And many of them leave comments and help each other. There's a tremendous discussion community going on at that site of that 33-day journey.
And they leave their stories of experiences. They leave their stories of transformation. And it's a discussion, right? We're not shoving any of this down people's throats.
People are sharing and helping each other.
Yeah, you decide for yourself, and how all of it sits with you. And
I must say, it's been very heartening, and several times in that group of people leaving comments, you find people who said, I was a proud atheist in the past.
Yeah.
Now I realize, of course, this is the only thing that makes sense.
That's not quite how they say it, but yeah.
Well, they say it many different ways.
They say my mind is open now.
Yes.
Yeah.
So here's a question from a viewer. What do you think is the end goal for humanity in this awakening?
The end goal. Love. To actually succeed at the phrase that love is all there is. Everyone says they agree with this. And of course, they feel it most poignantly in moments of hardship, losing losing a loved one, or you find out you have a terminal diagnosis, or any other manner of relationship issues and so on. Really makes you feel that then. And I know the COVID pandemic that we've all been experiencing the last year and a half or so has brought that out. When we've been physically separate, we've seen there's been tragic stories, so many tragic stories, but in that tragedy, you will find these stories of beautiful love and connection that people wouldn't have felt if not for the COVID pandemic. So that's kind of a blessing in all of that hardship. But bringing love to the world is probably the mission that we are all up against. All you NDEers, when you come back, it's all about love. We need to get love. And everyone says, well, we love each other. What do you mean? And it's like, well, what if love really were embedded into our culture so that decisions made by corporate leaders and politicians and anyone who's in charge of a social policy or a school, brought that heart kind of knowledge, that love knowledge to whatever they were doing. And that is just the idea that all souls are equal. All of our bodies may look different, but all souls are equal. Every person on this planet is critical to feel this connection. We often say no soul left behind because we are all connected together. And so having this love really brought into our world would be an incredible thing to witness. And of course, I'm always envisioning that.
And I agree. I think that the last 5,000 years plus of human evolution has all been directed at trying to get to this deep lesson of oneness and love and of the power of our mind. I mean, there are tremendous lessons involved in this that have been evolving over thousands of years. And that is where I think we're headed. Beyond that, we don't know. I can't see that horizon, but I think Karen has hit the nail on the head that all of human evolution and the evolution of all consciousness over the last many thousand years has been towards this, towards our fully living this idea of oneness and connection. And of course, it's not just about humans. It also includes our animal friends who are a deep part of this conscious, and plants too. we're all in this
All
together.
living.
We need to take a much more responsible stewardship for this planet. I mean, we're basically, from the perspective of other species, we're more of a threat than anything. You know, we just bring this global warming, addiction to fossil fuels, plastic, and other toxic pollutions, etc. I mean, that's not a very nice thing to be doing to other species. So it's time for us to take full responsibility and love this planet as it should be loved, and that includes all fellow beings.
And all that love that especially near-death experiencers have felt on the other side, even if just a sliver of it comes here to Earth. Oh my gosh, what a beautiful, beautiful improvement we would see on how we really treat people sometimes. You know, the economic divide, we don't need to get into all of that. But yeah, love. The Beatles were right.
Agreed.
And Rumi and all the others.
And then I have a quick question about reincarnation. And this comes up a lot. You probably heard it. Some people don't want to reincarnate here again. You know, like they're like, can I go somewhere else? You know, why is it always here? And any thoughts on that?
Well, I'll just say one thing, and Eben can continue, that you don't make that decision from the same perspective as you have here. And so you can decide that from here, great. But once you have that larger perspective, you might change your mind.
Yeah, I think that's a very important point, is we're so used to kind of commenting on all this stuff from the viewpoint of our ego and our ego perspective. For example, if you suggest that in this whole reincarnation business that people actually kind of select hardships and difficulties that they might face in this life before they come in, when they're here, there's no way I would have suicide. And yet your higher soul can have a much kind of bigger view of who you are and how you relate to all this. And that's where I think that this kind of meditation and acknowledging that the little ego voice is not who you are can be very powerful. And that's where meditation can really open our mind to this kind of primordial mind that gives us far greater wisdom.
Well, thank you both for answering the YouTube questions and for answering my questions and for all the wisdom that you shared today. And, you know, if you want to go to my YouTube channel and drop that link that you mentioned, Karen, you're welcome to do that. People love to interact with guests afterwards. And you know, and I'll keep this link up all day because I know people around the world won't be able to access it till later tonight. But I have really enjoyed this deeply. Thank you so much.
I also wanted to mention that we will both be involved with the IANS workshop on Labor Day weekend, September 2nd, Thursday, September 2nd at 5 p.m. Eastern time. We're doing a workshop called what does that say?
Transformation and through spiritual experience.
Transformation through spiritual experience. And then we're doing a keynote talk together on the Saturday night, September 4th, Humanity's Pathway to Oneness. So
that's at 8 p.m. that night.
Yeah. And another way to see what we're up to is go to unitedinhopeandhealing.com. And that's where for the past a little bit over a year, we've been doing our own interviews and having discussions with our colleagues that we normally would have seen at conferences. So lots of experiencers, researchers.
Yeah, it's a great resource for people. It's all free.
It's all there.
UnitedInHopeAndHealing.com, and there's tremendous interviews, and I think people can do a lot of growing through that. Otherwise, people can keep in touch with me through EbenAlexander.com.
And SacredAcoustics.com.
Yes. And then Sean runs the IANS Twitter, so he'll be sure to tweet out some of this. We're all kind of working together. I think that's
excellent. Sean, thanks so much.
And I see Michael Sandler's coming up next. Hello,
excellent.
Michael. Woohoo!
Yes. This is
all right.
such a light-filled group, but
good seeing you, Karen and Eben.
Well, thank you.
Good
we look forward to hearing you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, well, thank you, YouTube followers and guests. I'm really excited to introduce Michael Sandler in a short moment here, but I just want to say thanks, first of all. Thanks for tuning in, and for those of you who are tuning in later, and I certainly appreciate any donations. This has been such a labor of love, but it's really exciting to bring these high energy, people here to talk with you and to answer your questions. So remember, post your questions to Michael as he's talking. I have various people texting me good questions, and so I'm not ignoring the YouTube following. But hi, Michael, I'm so happy that you're here.
Hi, Tricia. Good to see you. Very excited.
Yes. So, I'm going to formally introduce you, but we have like 2 minutes before we begin. But I just wanted to ask you a quick random question. Do you still barefoot run? I'm a runner.
I still barefoot walk. We've been living in the California desert where it was sharp, or Colorado desert where it was sharp. So my feet are getting strong again. And I do a lot of walking now barefoot. And I'm sure I will do at least some short distances running barefoot as well.
Interesting. Yeah, I heard your clip, and I was interested in that because I was a long-term runner, but feet injuries have prevented that the last couple of years. So I was curious. Yeah.
So, and how are you now?
Much better. Much better. But I am so excited to talk with you. I know that this may be a repeat. So you have such a wonderful channel and you answer a lot of these questions, but I just want to talk with you and get the energy of your near-death experience and ask you some questions. You may have been asked before, but this is my show and I want to interact. So I'm excited to have you here. So if you're not familiar with Michael Sandler, those who are following, he has an amazing channel, and you can find him at Inspire Nation, and it's a top-rated spiritual and self-help podcast and YouTube channel with 20 million downloads and 166,000 or more viewers. And he is a best-selling author and 25 years experience as an open-hearted warrior life coach. And his mission is to elevate consciousness and help people around the world to shine bright. But he's also had a near-death experience, and he has a new book out, and there's so much that he is doing to help people. And I am inspired by that. So, Michael, the first thing that I want to ask you is, I know you had an injury, and I don't like to spend a lot of time in the physical realm. I want to hear your near-death experience. Just take me to the afterlife.
Oh, okay. And I hate, this is like not the ego thing. So I don't know how else to put this. Which near-death experience? I have had two, but following in the heels of Eben, I've had NDE light compared to what Eben had.
But I still like it. I said the one connected to your leg, that one.
Yeah, so I'll go through both briefly. I have two twin titanium femurs, two twin titanium hips, the first, both from two NDEs, 7 years, 1 month, 17 days apart. The first one was on a bike path in Colorado. I've been training for a world record skate across the country. It's sponsored by Rollerblade, former professional athlete. And I had just been listening to Dr. Wayne Dyer's book, Inspiration. And he had been talking about how everything in life happens for a reason. And I had stopped after a training session, meditated in a creek, Boulder Creek in Boulder, Colorado, prayed for safety and guidance for an upcoming journey, and laced up my skates, pushed off, rounded a bend. Father teaching a baby how to walk stepped out right in front of me, and life changed. Would never be the same. I threw myself up and backwards to stop myself from hitting the baby. And I remember going through the air, wondering if I was still going to be able to do my skate. And I landed with this huge crack, and boom, 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 all crack, 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 crack. And it's interesting. My wife has done a lot of healing work on me. This is so cool because it has a very different energy to it now. She did it this year because she's like, you're still crying when you have this experience. Part of that is tears of joy, but she removed layers of whatever else was there.
That's, that's amazing that you say that. I'm glad you said that, because I still have PTSD in cars. And I've done so much EMDR, so many, worked with healers. I can't get past that. So I understand it's a combination of yes, it takes you to the light, but yes, it's also physically horrifying.
Well, yeah, I mean, people, that's why I said when I go to 2 NDEs, I'm not trying to say that as a badge of pride, because if you own the wounds and traumas, I mean, there's owning by leaning into, but if you are your past, if you are your story, then that sets you up for some bad mojo. So you are not the person who you were then. You are not the person who you were now.
Yeah.
Now you are Tricia here, right there a second. And that keeps on, that sliver goes forward unless you stay attached to that story. And so you've been doing the work on that, which is really cool. But going to what you said, people think NDE, that's so cool. No, near death means you had a rough day.
Yes. Yeah, yes. Whenever there's a bad day going on, I always say, well, hey, at least we're not in the hospital. At least we're not in an ambulance ride.
I
Like,
still have that thought, Tricia. I do. So, and I'll have a really rough day. And I'll go, yeah. However, if you put it in perspective, and I can remember like getting out of the hospital, or I can remember lifting a head off of a pillow. I'm like, wow, in comparison to that, all right, I may not be enjoying this experience, but wow, what I would have given at that moment to be not enjoying this experience. No.
yes.
So for me, going forward into the experience, there was no tunnel. There's a mild tunnel light for NDE number 2, but there was no tunnel here. There was no pyrotechnics. There was an instant moment of, there was a before Michael and there is an after Michael. And after Michael had the woohoo, which Eben and Karen shared right at the start of this. Before that, there was no woohoo. That joy for life was not there nearly to the same extent. There was such a profound shift that I went back to the spot where it happened for 7 years. In fact, a handprint started forming. It was the most ooga booga thing in a tree where I'd put my hand in prayer, because the Michael who I was before the experience had died. The new Michael was a lot more from the me to the we are one. There's this love that pulsates through everything. I remember laying there, and after flipping my leg over, because I kind of came to, there was no real passing out, but there's a, opening your eyes. I don't know if I was gone for a second. I don't know if I was gone for an infinity. Time's not the same on the other side. But there was such a joy and love for life. It was the weirdest thing. You pray for safety and guidance. You're completely broken on the trail. You've nearly died. And I was giddy as all get out. The EMTs, the fire department, everybody came and they're like, did you hit your head? And I'm like, no, but I had this beaming ear to ear grin. I was even coaching the EMT about his niece who had ADD. I was coaching him in the ambulance going to the hospital. I'm like trying to get a photo of myself before the doctor, before he wheels me into surgery. He's like, Michael, I got to get you in now. You're going to lose your leg or lose your life. And I'm coaching him going, don't worry, doc, it's going to go back together better than you ever expected it would, because I was just plugged in. I had, without the conscious memory, I had a complete and total shift. And that has stuck with me to this day. Though, can you bleep here, Tricia?
Yes.
Yes. Integration is a bitch.
Oh,
may
tell me
know
about that.
we're all one. We're all love. I am spirit. You are spirit. There's no separation between me and you. I came from love. I am love. I couldn't be anything other than love. That's great. But there's still wiring inside of you. There's still potentially ego inside of you. Certainly was in my case. And so ego comes back and says, all right, what are you going to do for me now, sucker? And all of a sudden, ego's coming in the back door to say, you've got this knowledge, you've got this information, you're in the light, blah, 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 blah. You better do something with this gift. And it's taken the back door to driving and striving and pushing all of the things that you had just, in a sense, seen the other side of.
Yes, I'm so glad you brought that up because that is something I think about frequently. You know, even 2 years ago, I can look at myself and go, oh, that was ego. You know, it's a big part of light and heart and goodness. But, you know, you start chipping away at that. But the experience is so perfect, you know, in so many ways. Like it seems so easy over there. Like there's love and there's fear. Then you come back and you're like, oh, but the fear is so real. You know, it's so intense. It's visceral. It's physical. You know, it means something to my survival. So what do you say to people to help them integrate these spiritual awakening moments, these STEs, NDEs, to really integrate these big concepts like love is all that we take with us. We are all one.
It's a daily practice. It's a minute by minute practice. I mean, in a sense, it's as if I was working with an alcoholic or any other addict, that minute by minute, you get to make the decision not to open the fridge, not to go down the street, not to do the line or whatever. Minute by minute, you get to make the decision that you remember, I'm from spirit. This is, as I would call it, and my guides would call it, my guides came later on out of this experience, I'm an energetic being having an energetic experience in human form. I have to remember that because the wiring will go to fear. You know, if somebody cuts me off, I don't get angry with them anymore. I'm going to have this rush of adrenaline of, oh, that's still real. And it's real and it's not, yeah, but you're a spiritual being. Yeah, okay, you're in a meat suit. You're in a rental suit during this time. And it is geared toward procreation. It's geared towards survival. It is geared to running from danger and keeping you safe, hiding under the desk. And that's as real as anything for this lifetime, because this holographic reality that we chose is here to serve us. And it serves us through this amnesia. It serves us through this wiring. Our job is to rise above it, to expand, to grow, to remember. But it's a conscious choice each and every moment. That's why I teach automatic writing, for instance, and practice it each and every day, because I need to plug back into spirit on a conscious level, or I will go spinning off as well.
And the idea of being present takes away a lot of the fear. I mean, because a lot of times we're thinking about the future or we're thinking about the past or we're triggered by something we haven't released. What type of advice do you give to people in the moments of these triggered moments or these moments where they are really, really deep in it?
First would be breathe, or breathe into it. Universe breathes through us. I love the term God breathes you. And so even on the other side, I believe Eben would say that there is this pulse, there is this breath that continues through us. And so if you want to reconnect with spirit or ground into your breath. Take the pause. It is the most important thing we can do. There is a frequency to everything. Everything goes into a natural state of harmony if we give it the space to. So when in doubt, when you're freaking out, breathe first. Pause. Stay there. If that's all you can do, great. You know, old school days was my barefoot running days, which I still do. We talked about that beforehand. Strip off your shoes, step on the earth, lay on the earth, abandon yourself on the earth. But really what you're doing, whether it's breath, whether it's connecting to earth, whether it's getting into the water, you're returning home. And we've got to return home because this mind is conditioned to go faster and faster and faster and faster as it's trying for survival, when actually what it's doing is it's actually digging us down deeper and deeper into a hole. And so we need to stop it in that moment. And that's both on an individual basis, but also couples, and particularly couples of like Karen and Eben, like myself and Jessica. We are very empathic, and empathic couples attract empathic drama. When your energy starts going and their energy starts going, and you're both getting judged by each other's energy, or so you feel, you doubly need to recognize the energies at play, and drop down. I say stop, drop, listen. Immediately, wow, we're spinning. Wow, I'm spinning. Awareness, awesome. Spinning, stop, drop. Breathe in, bring it down to the belly. Be with it. And now when you're ready, listen. What's the message that universe is giving you? Does it really want you to continue this madness, this nuttiness, this fear, this anything other than love? Chances are it doesn't. And though your ego would love to continue the festivities, how about we pause for another minute and choose another path?
Beautifully said. So I'm curious, that was a bold statement, and it's a true one about integration being a bitch. And it was for me too. You know, I felt like at 22, I'd go to these spiritual gatherings and with a lot of older hippies and no one my age talking about this kind of stuff. But I felt so like I had two different lives. I'd go to my spiritual groups and then I'd go hang out with my friends at a bar or whatever, hearing live music, and feel like, why aren't we having these conversations? Why aren't we really talking deeply with one another? And so the integration process was long for me because it happened in the 90s. What was the biggest shift for you? Was it coming out and speaking publicly that allowed you to integrate more of it? But what really helped you integrate?
There's part of me that says I didn't have any other choice. I had to find a way to do a massive healing. And the massive healing would not exist in a state of negativity or in a state of fear. I had to consciously choose to bring myself back to that love if I was going to, I don't know if rise above the circumstances, but if I was going to take a very broken body and bring it back from the brink. And so there was a lot of choosing that. Now, certainly they were sharing my story at the time. I had just written the book, College Confidence with ADD for high school and adults with attention deficit disorder. And I yanked it back from the publisher at the very last second to at least change the intro and put the tiniest bit of information that I could. This is not a book for NDEs, but I wanted to do what I could. When I wrote Barefoot Running with my wife years later, I wanted to get in what I could. But what happens over time is it's almost like duality amplified. And there's no real such thing as duality, but the mind likes to think there is. And so you've got ego butting heads with spirit metaphorically. It's not real, but it feels real. And you start teaching these things that seem important at the time. But then you realize, and that's why you're speaking with me, that's not what I get to be sharing. That's not what I want to share. That's all of the fuzzy, I don't know, cute and fuzzy bunnies. I think that was from, was it Better Off Dead? One Crazy Summer, John Cusack. All the cute and fuzzy bunnies are out there, but the cute and fuzzy bunnies don't matter. And I need to speak about what matters most. And it becomes a calling. And then if it's a true calling, you get to practice more of what you preach. But practicing more of what you preach doesn't mean that you have to do better and you have to try harder. That's ego again. You have to learn to drop even more of it and find that greater flow. And that's the greatest challenge for me. I got to a certain extent. And then my ego, which is a professional athlete, let's go, let's get her done. I'm watching the Olympics and I was trained at the Olympic Training Center. I'm geared that way. My ego started kicking in hard, which is where universe said, oh, you want a second 2x4? I can help you out with that. And that's why I have twin matching titanium femurs, twin matching titanium hips and associated parts, is because my ego really started to try the ship again. And Trish, I know we have soul contracts. And so my soul contract would have been fine with one NDE and getting me on path, but my ego was too strong. And so universe said, that's okay. We can help you out. Fuck. How you doing now?
Oh, yes. So that idea of not following the path. So how did you come to the idea of soul contracts? Like I look at it like it's kind of general, like this idea of we have I want to experience courage, or I want to finally be an artist in this lifetime, or like we have kind of general contracts, and there's a way that they can be fulfilled, like a higher way and a lower way, perhaps. What do you feel about these soul contracts?
Well, I can see it, feel it, know it, see it in my mind's eye. Maybe I made it up, but there's always realness to it. But I also had a couple past life regressions where the hypnotist got it out of me as well. Went before a council of elders and basically said, give me the works. And they said, you can't handle the works. And I'm like, I want as many learnings as I can this lifetime as possible. Give me the works. And they said, your wish is my command. I came down here. By the time I had that first past life regression, I had 36 different serious injuries and hospitalizations in my life, all as growth experiences. We don't need to grow this way. This is such a human concept. I don't know any other way to put it, that we need to be hurt in order to grow. We need pain in order to stop what we're doing. But apparently I did. And until I said no more. And, life is still life. We do learn with discomfort, and discomfort comes, just not as significantly anymore. Thank you. And I have a mantra I say now: kind, gentle, easy, good. May all lessons come to me. Kind, gentle, easy, good. I am listening. I am listening. I am listening. Please give me the whispers. I'll pay attention. But we signed up for this Earth School to learn something or many somethings, and a drama will play out. Nobody is drama free. A drama will play out. Well, but I didn't have any drama. Did you come into this world? Were you born? Yeah, that was a drama. Do you think you're going to get out of here without some experience? I guess not. Well, that's a drama. And there are other dramas through the arc of your life, each one here to serve you. Each one here for your expansion, for your growth. What was it exactly for this lifetime for myself? I know it's really been a diving into the heart, Tricia. That's all I know for sure, is it's been going. I'm still one heck of a creator. I love to do it. And one heck of an athlete. I love it. But it is a leaning into the heart, becoming that open-hearted warrior, dropping shields, becoming the oneness, living with everybody as one, treating everybody as one. There's probably a lot more growth that gets to take place. I'm early in the journey. But you can get those lessons, as the expression goes, the easy way or the hard way. The easy way is to listen real carefully and take action based on that. Again, why I teach people automatic writing now. Let's talk with your spirits and get it the easy way rather than the whack with the 2x4. The harder way is to take yourself as far off track. There is no such thing. I'm putting it in quotes. As far off track as you can, and to use a 2x4 crowbar or otherwise of the universe to whack you back on path. You're going to get it either way. And so people say, well, I don't want another lifetime here on earth. I'm good. I'm done. No, you chose this, man. You chose this. And you're going to go back to the other side and you're going to go, oh, wow, I didn't get it yet. All right, send me back.
Kind of like a roller coaster. I see it like it's, we know as near-death experiencers, the minute you disconnect, you've disconnected. And so you're not as invested in that physical form, in that realm. And it's so hard to explain that though here to people, because I'm invested now that I'm back in body, even though I have that perspective. I'm invested in this life. But I know the minute I leave the form, I'm like, okay, it's like a soul journey, not really a video game, but it's like, it looks so easy over there. And I think that's what makes integration hard, is the ease. Like my mission was, okay, let's get rid of fear and let's teach people how to turn on their lights and connect to love. That is easy in that realm. It's very difficult in life, because what you're dealing with in life is a student who has been, a victim of incest. She's on meth. She's there in my classroom falling apart. And now I've got to help her. like, and that isn't what I saw over there. I just saw darkness,
Well, it's like all the world is a stage, and there's a lot of truth to that expression. You're off stage, it looks totally cool, it looks sexy, it looks fun, all the lights, all the glamour. Let me in there, I want to play. And then you get on stage, and it's like Carnegie Hall, and all of a sudden it's a solo, and all the lights are on you, and everybody's looking at you, and you go, oh crap. And all of a sudden it goes from, I realize that that's just a play, that's just a performance, to all of a sudden, as you use the word invested, I'm now completely and totally invested. I have amnesia that there's life outside of life. I have amnesia that all this is theatrics. It matters. I don't want anybody saying, well, then how I treat people doesn't matter. How I treat myself doesn't matter. No, it matters for your growth, for their growth. Love is all that is. However, we get on stage and we have complete and total amnesia to the other side. And it becomes, I'm going to steal another line from Eben here. I love you, Eben. Realer than real. It feels too real here to not be real. And we become so overly invested that we constrict ourselves. And we don't live our greatest lives because we go to that place of fear. But whether you laugh or you cry on stage, everybody is supporting you. Everybody is loving you up. Nobody is judging you, least alone your spirit that's still in the wings and never left, cheering you on from the other side.
Exactly. There's so much more support than we realize. And that always amazes me, that we aren't aware of it, but we are so loved and so supported.
Yeah.
So you brought up past life regressions. They've been important for me too. Have you had healings or shifts because of those regressions?
The first one was extremely powerful in helping me with my soul contract and helping me to understand that and helping me in a sense to rewrite that soul contract. That was hugely powerful. Both of them helped me to understand more of my mission or purpose or leave a certain amount of ego behind. Because when I first dove into automatic writing process that I now teach, what I was getting is, you're going to be a leader from the mountaintop speaking before thousands and thousands of people. And they're always saying on a mountaintop, speaking before thousands and thousands of people. And I'm like, oh, what is this? My ego trying to jump on board. And then I do another session a year or two later, and I would get the same message, and another session a year later and get the same message. And I wouldn't do it in between because it was my ego. And then I got the same thing out of past life regressions. But let's look at what I do, Tricia. Actually, I lived after that second one, 4 years on a mountaintop in Colorado, speaking before hundreds of thousands of people, if not millions on occasion, sense from a mountaintop. There was truth to it. I had to let go of my smallness. My smallness saying that can't possibly be true, you're just making it up. And it tremendously helped with letting go of that story so I could loosen ego's grip and step forward into what I am. We all have that greatness inside of us. One person is going to be, or the 2 or 3 of us, great on the mic. Another person, it's going to be great with something with a handle. Another person, it's going to be great with a paintbrush. Another person, it's going to be great with a baby or babies. It's perfect. But we all have that greatness inside of us.
Yes, I just the other night in my spiritual community, in fact, my co-host, Sean Lether from IANS, brought up the point that Marianne Williams makes about, to play small is just as ego-driven as to
Thank you.
think of yourself as more important than others. Like, really, you have to show up with heart and soul and drive and excitement for what you are doing without fear. And I think the near-death experience does teach us how to let some of that fear go and lead with passion and to just lead with light.
There's an expression coming to me. I'm not sure if it's going to come out right, but it's really cool. That it's, you think you're so self-important, then you're greater than what I put you here on earth to do. In other words, we have such a grand plan, but our ego says, No, that can't be right. I know what's right. Let me make myself small. Your grand plan is wrong. And I'm not talking a bearded white guy in the sky. I'm talking your ego is so powerful that it's going to make you small. That's craziness.
Yeah. Yeah. So what lesson would you give to people who are beginning to tell their stories, or they're beginning to share their light and they're stepping out into the world? How do they best work with their ego to avoid some of those, moments? I look back, at some of my moments and go, oh, cringe. Like,
Love your ego.
mhm.
Embody your ego. Bring your ego in as a little innocent child. Don't
Aw.
push away your ego. Don't block your ego. Let ego share what she or he or they need to share. Own your ego and lean into your ego. This is about embodiment of the totality of it. This is not, well, I'm a spiritual being. How many spiritual people do we know? I am spiritual and I'm just flitting around up here, completely ungrounded. That's not why you're here. You'll go back to the ungroundedness. This is the physical realm. So work with it. You've got emotions, you've got feelings, lean into them. Your body is flip-flopping because it's something that the ego wants to share. Lean into that. Just don't. As I was teaching last night in a class, I was teaching how you could do an ego dump. Have your ego write out everything on a piece of paper and then shred it and be done with it to help the ego get lighter. But I say, when ego jumps in on you, have ego take a back seat in the Thelma and Louise convertible Cadillac until you're ready for them. Then bring them up in the passenger seat so you can hear from them, but never give ego the keys to the caddy. Never give ego the keys to the caddy. Bad news. But other than that, listen, learn. Ego actually has a lot to share to help you to heal. It's your wounded inner child. It's also the wounded inner child that you came here, this innocent being of God, of source, of love, of light. And you're told you can't do this. Watch out for that. Be careful. Play it small. Follow the line. Pay attention. Do what everyone else is doing. Remember, the largest nail gets hammered down. And your ego is going, I thought we came here for. So there's a lot of healing that gets to take place. And so ultimately, this whole journey to me is about this. It's about bringing back to being able to rock your inner child, which is you, and love her or love himself up like nothing else in the world matters. Nothing else does. And when you do that, you recognize that this is you and this is all of us. And we all begin to heal. We all begin to evolve. None of the world's problems would exist if we treated each other this way, if we treated ourselves this way. None of them.
And, I have to bring up a question from someone who's on the chat who is in deep pain. And this often happens in live audiences. I'm sure you've seen it. Someone who's lost a child recently. That is, I think, one of the deepest griefs and the deepest loss for people. And, I feel it viscerally. There was one talk I gave where 7 mothers were in the front row and they each had recently lost a child in one way or another. And I just hugged them afterwards. Like, there was no words, it was just, a grieving circle. But someone has lost a child on this chat and really is just wanting that confirmation, that communication with her child and not getting it. What do you say to people to help them in these moments?
So a few things. Now, I don't have experience losing a child that had been birthed in physicality. We have gone through 3 miscarriages, my wife and myself. So that gives us not the same thing. I would never pretend, but some glimpse into trying to understand this. First off, loss is loss. Grief is grief. It's real. So I don't want to ever say, yeah, but they're flying around on the other side and life is good, which is actually true. But They're not in spirit form. You can't, or a physical form. You can't touch them. You can't hug them. You can't love them up in the same way. That loss is real, and tragedy is tragedy in that sense. So that's the first thing, is I want to acknowledge this grief is real. On top of that, though, I would wish to impart, we all came here with a soul journey, with a soul path. That spirit came in to touch your life for this time, to help you, to guide you, to steer you, and for her or his own mission to do the same, and signed up for a short journey for their expansion and growth. All path, all purpose, guaranteed. I'll sign that in writing. You will see them again. I guarantee this.
Yes.
Also guaranteed. It's a
Double
done
guarantee.
deal. There you go. It is such a, and you can look up. I'm thinking of having him a show. There's a researcher, the researcher before him whose work he took over. I'm spacing his name right now. Documented 1,500 children who came in telling stories of the past, from past lives that were verified. It's a done deal. This is doorway. This is not gone forever. There is no, well, there is a forever. You live forever, but there is no end. You'll see them. It doesn't make anybody feel better in the moment, though. In the moment, we get to grieve, we get to heal, we get to do whatever we need without judgment. No judgment. Yeah, but there are the 7 cycles of grief. There's the 5 cycles of grief. I've got to be in stage this. No, take whatever you need. I would encourage, a carpenter is always going to grab for a hammer. And so my hammer that I go to is automatic writing. There are all sorts of other hammers. Grab the hammer of choice and get in touch with your child on the other side. You can do this. Yes, you can do this with a guide. Yes, you can do it with a medium or a channel, but you can also do it on your own, and you can develop a special sacred relationship that is different, but perhaps as powerful or more, as crazy as it sounds, as what you have here. Because to connect with spirit is simply a tuning of the dial, quieting and listening. And so in the moment, we've got to grieve. I don't, oh yeah, just pick up a pen and you're going to, no, take all the time you need. But when you're ready, reach out to her or reach out to him. They will be there.
I love that. You know, that is beautifully said. And it is really one of the deepest griefs that I encounter in people. And I always ask other people to weigh in, because that's my thought too. You know, we do see our loved ones again. And it is, you know, it all makes sense there. It doesn't make sense here. And so that self-love and that compassion for yourself and what you're going through is vital. And knowing when people come to me those first few years of grief, I'm like, hey, this is still physical for you. You know, this is deeply visceral. So it might be a while. It could be 5 years before you get that contact, but we're going to try, you know, to open that up. And one of the ways that seems to work is surrender, or that place near sleep. But you use automatic writing. Do you think that this allows the brain to sink into that deeper place that allows for messages to come through?
Well, when you talk about doing it before sleep, which is beautiful, Tricia, what you're talking is being in a hypnagogic state. What that means is you're half here and half on the other side of the veil. It's that kind of daydreamy state. And it's something, you know, New Thought, New Age movement would talk about that as being a great place to manifest, which it is. And the reason is that we're always plugged in, we're always on the other side of the veil, but it's more real to us. That connection feels more real at those times. With automatic writing, how I teach people is to get into that state and be able to do it throughout the day, so you can basically drop in on a moment's notice and have spirit, or a particular spirit, start speaking to you first through the pen, moving on the page, and then as you establish that connection well throughout the entire day. But it is Dr. Andrew Newberg, a scientist who studied or wrote the book Enlightenment and the Brain, and he studied meditation and the brain, and he looked at automatic writing practitioners. And what he found is when you get into the brainwave state of automatic writing, your frontal lobe, the part of the brain responsible for writing, for executive functions, for time management, short-term memory, all goes offline. The parietal lobe, the part of the brain responsible for, as George Harrison of the Beatles called it for the last song, I, me, my. Your I, me, my center of the brain goes down. And all of a sudden you start writing, but wait, it's not going to be an I, me, my, that's gone. And it's not going to be written from you, that's gone. The words that come are from the other side, which is such a strange term, 3D, 5D, other side, inside, from the everywhere side. But the words start coming to you and you train yourself, it's very easy to do, to where those words flow on a regular basis. So each morning I will dive into automatic writing because each day my ego wants to take over for the day and tell me what I get to do. But I want spirit to drive my life because really it is always a spirit driven life. But I want to hear that more clearly. So I know where I'm going, what I'm doing, how to stay more or less on track, in quotes. And I can have more of a spirit driven existence. And it builds that connection stronger and stronger and stronger still.
Yeah, so there's a question from a viewer about ego in writing, and he's asking, or she's asking, how do you get around your ego when writing? So as the tool.
It's a brilliant question. And if you're getting writing that is, you are loved, everything is good, everything's all right, breathe deep, Trisha, life is good. Well, that's spirit, because ego ain't never going to say that. If you're getting, you should have done this, why didn't you do this, shoulda, woulda, coulda, or as I like to say, you get shoulded all over. That's your ego. And it's very easy to tell, is this ego or not? Because you can feel it. You can feel the difference between what's ego and what's not. And we've got some sort of a sound going on in the background. If we need to, let me know. I can always go to a headset. I'm going to bring the mic in nice and close and let's see.
Yeah,
it's like a power tool. We can call that ego. Can you not hear it?
I don't hear it. I think it's okay.
Excellent. So, couple things. One, if you're writing and you think ego may come up, ego will always let you know if it's ego. Right out on the page. Is this ego? I don't know if it's like a cardinal rule in the universe, but it always works. Ego will tell you, is this my ego? And if it is something that you're writing about that is very emotionally charged, then chances are ego is going to try to get a foot in the door. So write, is this ego? But then also weigh it. We all know that the scale of justice, the woman holding up the scale, and which end goes up and down. Weigh it very simply. Does it feel like it's coming from love and it's a nice light thought, even if it's something serious? Or does it feel heavy like it's coming from fear? Spirit is always going to come from love. Could be stern. I have a mentor on the other side, and he always starts every conversation with me. I love you, Jack, with, damn it, Michael. he's always like, I need you to do more of this. He's coming, but he's coming from a place of love. I can feel it.
I get that. I get that. I think my co-host, Sean Lether from Hawaii IANS and Maui IANS has a question for you. So
go for it, Sean.
Hey, Michael, I love your story. Thank you so much for sharing. So what would you say? So I'm a relatively new NDEr, 3 years, but what would you say? And I asked this earlier from Eben, and the first thing that you would tell somebody who barely gets up the courage to even tell you that they've had an experience, what would you tell them is the first thing that they could do to feel okay with it, and to coax them to even be able to step up to, first base? Like, what would the first thing
I just want him to love himself up with everything that you've got. I mean, I'm going to be all over them going, woohoo, what a gift. Congratulations. This is awesome. No, it's not easy, but what a gift. Because here's the deal in life. Whether it's an NDE, whether it's an awakening experience, whether it is a dream that seemed more real than real, we are each given, maybe multiple times, the key to the kingdom of heaven in our lives. If I have you, Sean, in a meditation, in writing, in whatever you desire, go back to that experience, to that feeling state, and spend time in there. It pops open all these doors to the universe for you. It completely changes your reality. Yeah, we can use it for law of attraction and manifestation, but we can do a lot more with it than just the vending machine of the universe. That's the keys to the caddy. If somebody has had a dream that feels more real than real, and you wake up and go, I heard this etheric music, or I experienced this, or I saw that, or they were a child. And as a child, they had an experience. They tried to share with their parents, and the parents shut them down. But they can go back to it. These are keys. So you, Sean, were given the keys to heaven. You were given the keys to the other side. What an awesome gift. And so I would say, love yourself up. And when you're ready, let's start putting the keys back in the ignition and playing with the gift you're given. It doesn't have to be that you need to get on a mic, or that you need to get on a stage, or that you need to write a book. You don't. I believed when I first came back that, well, now I'm on a mission. I was given a second chance at life. I need to do everything I can. I need to slay that's the ego coming in the back door. You need to be all the love you can be for you. And if you be all the love you can be for you, that raises the vibration up of everybody, and it affects every single atom, molecule, animal, and person on the planet.
Amazing. Thank you. So a follow-up question that I just thought of as you were saying this, a lot of people are, when they experience this, their families don't support them, their friends don't support them. So they're actually, in a way, they may be alone. So how would you tell them also, you're gonna maybe lose your friends and your family by coming out? Because that seems to happen a lot.
Yeah, I'm in that category. I was engaged to I guess beautiful girl. Right now I think of her as I love who she is, but I'll probably never speak with her again this lifetime. I was engaged to a girl who left me like a hot potato 2.5 weeks after my NDE. Like, I never spoke with her again in my life. I called that time period the festivities. That happens. It's actually a good shedding of the old skin. You're a snake molting. Everything that doesn't serve you and doesn't fit you, that tight jacket, is going to slide off of you to allow for something new. Doesn't necessarily feel comfortable, but we have to allow for that, because if you cannot make yourself feel small for anyone. You cannot make yourself feel less important for anyone. You cannot try to put the genie back in the bottle for anyone. That, in a sense, is disrespecting the gift. Strange way to put it. What you get to do is shine your light. Nobody has ever helped anyone on the planet by dimming their light, even for a second. So just like you've got that light behind you, Sean, aloha, you get to shine that light with everything you've got. If people fall away, that is simply making space. It'll be painful. We're attached. I'm attached. But it is simply making space for something or someone new to come in, even when it's family. Now, family's family. You're going to keep in touch with them, chances are, for life, but you may not do the same dance or have the same discussions with them anymore. But you will attract into your life, like the three of us speaking here, those who resonate with you and support you, guaranteed. And going back to the keys of the universe, play in that sacred space. Remember, you're not alone. You couldn't be alone. You'll never be alone. Okay, it's not quite the same thing in this lifetime, unless you're seeing spirits all around you, but it's still as true, and it's just important. So when that loneliness happens, when those people leave you, as for me, I had to just dive into my meditation to a whole new level and connect with spirit and connect with spirit and connect with spirit until spirit started bringing me those people who did resonate with me.
Yes, I second that. And I also want to say that everyone has an individual journey. Some people come from very toxic, abusive homes, and it's safer for them to, at some point in the universe, kind of shows you when to disconnect. And you just kind of follow that. And other people are able to navigate, take care of elderly parents, take care of people in their lives, but with boundaries and then other people have an effect on their families, which is so beautiful to hear. And in the pre-recorded videos, Aaron Apka, his family, very religious, but they like who he became, even though he's very much out there talking about things. They just like his message and who he is now, and they see him as happier, so they support that. So there's this variety of experience, and we just have to, I guess, just go with love and do our very best to shine that love to even people who disagree with us, and they feel it. I think kindness is felt and love is felt.
They do. I love one of the words that you brought up, though, because it actually becomes so much more important after we've been to the other side, which is boundaries, because we lose a sense of healthy boundaries, or at least we run that chance of losing that sense of healthy boundaries when we come back, because we want to help everyone.
Yes.
You are love. Do not martyr yourself. The conversation's great. Hang in there. If somebody's pulling out a Hoover vacuum and going to you, step away. And we get to relearn that sense of boundaries. So we shine our light as bright as we can. And certainly that can help everyone around us. But we do not become, it's not a victim. I'm thinking of Dr. Christian Northrup and energy vampires. We don't just plug into the Hoovers and say, take everything that I have, because it's really easy coming back to be that sensitive to allow someone to do that. So we have to remember our boundaries.
Yes, agreed. And here's a question. Does the universe send answers through others as well as writing? So how do you think the universe sends us answers, is someone's question?
Every which way she can. Universe is always working to get your attentions. Signs, symbols, synchronicities, messengers, dreams. Every single moment you're being spoken to by spirit, not just from a medium telling you what you're getting, not just from a channel, not just from automatic writing, everything, every moment. Carl Jung was right. The dream world is the waking world. The waking world is the dream world, meaning you are always being given messages in this world and can interpret them as if you're interpreting a dream. What do you have to do? Stop, drop, listen, look around you. Why is it a power saw is going off during this talk? But the power saw is actually quiet enough that nobody's hearing it. It means maybe not to worry about such things, that universe has my back. Why is it earlier today, I did my first interview at this location in a while or something, and all of a sudden a beautiful turkey comes walking up. How does it get any cooler than that? What's that here to share? The universe is always speaking with us. So if a person comes into your life, they may, every person has a message. Sean has a message for Michael. Michael has a message for Sean. Trisha has a message for Michael. Michael has a message for Trisha. If you're listening to this, we have a message for you, and your energy is hitting us. And this is a two-way street. You have a message for us as well. It's last note on this. Every single time you get on an airplane, a bus, a taxi, or whatever, even during these COVID times, whoever you are sitting next to is not by accident. It's on path, purpose. Yes, it's a setup. We are each marionettes, and somebody's pulling the strings on the marionette that's sitting down next to you that has just the right message for you.
So here's one of my questions that I'm asking a lot of people. This idea of the next 5 years, I feel like a lot of healing. My guides and ancestors and angels are saying the next 5 years is going to be explosive with healing techniques, many people stepping up to be healers, like we are going to understand healing at a deeper level. There's a lot of talk about this, and a lot of people are feeling the calling. What are you feeling about where humanity is moving and that push, I think, for healers to step into their power?
Well, it's definitely a time for it because we all signed up for this time. And that's not just saying something. Look at the history, the written history of humanity, because I don't believe we're 1.0 or even 2.0. Who knows if we're even 3.0? But from the history of humanity that we have, we are in uncharted territory, every way, shape, or form. And you signed up. You signed up for this. So now is the time. With that said, the veil is getting thinner. We are recognizing energy more. Watch a movie. You're going to hear yoga. You're going to hear universe. You're going to hear source. You're going to hear Tai Chi. You're going to hear energy. You're going to hear all these terms that, okay, they popped up a little bit in the 60s, but nothing like how they are now. And that is a hint. Yes, you're going to see darkness. Yes, you're going to see a dark cloud. Yes, you're going to see a fighting back of the old, which is if an electron goes to change shape, it seems like a state. It seems like a very violent action until it suddenly pops up. If a rocket takes off, it seems like a very violent act until it's in motion. Don't judge the takeoff. Understand we are elevated. Now we have a choice. That's why if you're listening to this, it means you're a light worker. It means you're attracted to this. It means you get to do something about it. Not ego driving the ship, forcing you to be a martyr, but step forward in your own way, even if that, especially if that's just shining your light brighter. But we have a choice. Dr. Eben, Dr. Irvin Laszlo, amazing two-time Nobel Peace Prize nominee. He says that we are at a bifurcation of humanity. We are a time that we get to make a choice. Do we want to choose the old and go off the cliff? Because universe is always going to seek harmony. Nature is going to seek harmony. Earth has a fever. She's happy if she needs to. She doesn't want to shake us off and get back to her new norm. We have a choice. Drive ourselves off the cliff or take the new gifts that we're beginning to understand and ride that rocket ship for all it's worth. I'm convinced we've made it. Easy peasy? It's going to be pretty challenging, but I'm convinced we've made it. But we each get to make that conscious choice and bring forward unabashedly whatever gifts we have inside of us, because those gifts, those pulls, those tugs, those desires did not come from us.
Beautiful. And my final question to you is really the theme of this conference is practical spirituality. And if there's one tip you can leave people with to integrate into their lives to practically shift their lives in a better way, I want people to take something and go, I'm going to do this today, and my life is going to shift. And
I'm going to have them play with the... No worries. I'm going to have them play with the F word, but a different F word. Get your mind out of the gutter, folk. Fun. I want people. Fun comes from spirit. Life is too serious to be taken seriously. Seriously. Do what pulls on your heart, and you are helping everyone. Well, I can't do that now. I have to take care of. I need to do this. I need to be. No. You need to get in the vibration of love, get in the vibration in spirit. You need to play. Play your way to a higher vibrational level. Play your way to raising humanity up. Play your way to growing and glowing your light brighter than ever before. So find those tugs on your heart, those things that you're not giving yourself permission to do, and go after them with everything that you've got.
Love it. Love it, Michael. Thank you for your energy and your wisdom. And you just bring such positivity and joy to the event. Thank you.
You're most welcome. I would send everybody over automaticwriting.com. Check out automatic writing and learn how to communicate with spirits, because we can all gain by learning how to communicate with the other side. And of course, people can check out our show, inspirenationshow.com or YouTube/Inspire Nation Show. Thank you so much, Tricia. Thank you so much, Sean. Keep on shining bright.
Aloha. Thank you, Michael.
Aloha and mahalo.
Oh, wonderful. Well, we are switching speakers, and thank you, YouTube followers. You can go find Michael on his amazing channel, and you can certainly order his book. I'd love to take the course when my life levels out a little and I'm not so busy, but it would be a lot of fun to see what he's up to. But now we're switching speakers, and we're bringing in someone who talks to spirits on the other side, and in particular her husband. It's such an amazing story. And for those of you who are watching and who have been asking if you how to donate, you can certainly do this in the button, which I've posted a couple of times, and I'll post that again. You can go to my website, there's a donate button, and I'm so happy for any level of contribution. So, you know, buy me a cup of coffee so I can buy Sean a cup of coffee in Maui someday.
I'm putting the links in there, by the way.
Oh,
So,
yay.
yeah.
Yay.
So
well, thank you. And so let's go ahead and introduce Pamela. And I'm going to spotlight your video and unmute you, Pamela Johnson. And I'm actually going to let Sean introduce you, because I think one of the speakers is confused about time. So I'm going to go call her, and he's going to introduce you.
wow.
All right.
Thank you. Exciting. So this is Pamela Johnson. And what's really cool is that we live on the same island. And she actually lives, I don't know, less than a mile from me, overlooks where I live. And we just met each other in the last, I don't know, month or two, but it seems like we have known each other forever. And it's so exciting to be introducing you today for Trisha's summit. So why don't you tell us about you and your experience, starting with what happened in 1987?
All right. Oh gosh, I got to give you
well,
the
well, just really quick
version.
Well, just really quickly, I had to get on and deal with a speaker who was on at the wrong time. But I would like to say that I am so excited about your story, Pamela. I am just moved by the energy of what you bring to people, and I can't wait for you to explain how you started talking to Alan, your husband, on the other side, and how he is, and not only an angel, but an archangel, and how he is bringing healing to people. So I would love it if you would just begin there.
All right. Well, Alan was a psychic medium when he was here in a body, and did that for over 35 years. And we met 30 years ago, got married. And when he passed, we had never discussed him coming back, like coming through to me, but he started to come through. And what astonished me was it wasn't only that he was making himself known to me, but other people, and including people in my group, students of mine, friends of mine. And the message he came back with was that we had a soul contract to continue our relationship and to eventually teach other people how to do the same thing. He talked a lot to me about how we're writing the manual for how to do this, because not too many people are doing that. I think that's maybe not true. We're just not hearing about it because it's something rather controversial, to say the least. It's not something people are going to go on Instagram and say, hey, I'm talking to my dead husband, to a wide audience. So, but he said that we had agreed to do this because of the soul contract, and that we weren't done. So he started by simply opening me up emotionally, because I was shut down. And he says quite often that a lot of people are dead to their emotions. And I certainly was, because I had to be, because Alan had dementia the last 2 years of his life. So, I really had to be in survival mode just to cope. And we all know that that's sometimes necessary. It's not a bad thing. But when he passed, he came back and said, okay, you have to come alive. Like, if you're not alive, I can't talk to you. I can't be with you, because they're more alive over there than we are here. So we have to raise our vibration. And he knew that he had to help me open up and heal that, clear that. I had to let go of resentment that I carried toward him, because by his own admission, he wasn't a perfect husband. Nobody's perfect. When you're in a body, you can't be perfect. So he did his best to let me vent, let me, express it. And he was always loving and patient, which, by the way, that really surprised me, because he wasn't like that when he was in a body. He was very impatient, and the most impatient person I knew practically. And now he was just different. And the love he brought to me just blew my mind. It was like nothing I'd ever felt before. And it kept getting stronger. And he says it's going to keep getting stronger because I'm opening up more. And the more I do that, the more I can feel. So he's taught me that, we all can do what he and I are doing, but what's necessary is that we have to meet them halfway. We have to, first of all, believe, which is, I think, the hardest part for even those of us who are, spiritual, or those of us who are even psychics, because I told other friends of mine who are psychics, and some of them didn't quite understand it. Some of them totally got it. It really depended. So we all tend to doubt, and especially when it's somebody we love so much, we think, well, I'm making it up because I want him so badly to be here. But he proved to me every time I doubted, he would prove to me that he was here. And one time that sticks in my mind was on my birthday, which was only about 13 days after he passed. And of course I was grieving, and there's a long story that goes with that I won't share, but he actually bought me a present through a friend. And it was hilarious how he did that. But most of all, I remember he came through with his love that day, and I felt it. It was so strong and palpable. He made sure that I felt his love. So of course I thought, well, great, tonight when I go to sleep, I'm really going to feel it, right? Like, I'm really going to feel him. He's really going to hug me or whatever, or maybe he's going to appear to me or something, because it's my birthday. So I had all this expectation. And that night when I was laying in bed, because I had felt him before, well, I felt nothing, like nothing. And I was so upset. I was like, what happened? Where are you? And I was crying. I was upset and angry. And I said, I can't, I'm just making this up. This is crazy. Where are you? It's my birthday. Come on. And I went to sleep. And the next morning when I woke up, I heard him say really softly, I'm here and I'll never do that to you again. But I needed to do that to you so that you would know that you can't make me up. Because didn't you try? And I said, yeah, I did. I tried to conjure him up because, I really wanted him to be there. It's my birthday. So I said, okay, I'm gonna imagine him. I'm gonna feel him. I'm just gonna make this happen, because I really wanted him to be there. And I said, I did. I tried and I tried. And he said, and you couldn't, could you? I go, no. Because, well, what does that tell you? You can't make this happen. I'm either here or I'm not here. And by the way, I am never, ever going to do that to you again. I just wanted you to understand this so that you would never question my feeling or my presence or whatever you're experiencing, because I'm in control of it, not you. I mean, I am in control of it in the sense that I have to be open to it, but I can't make him come in. So that just left an impression. I said, all right, I'm in, like, I get it. You're real. You're proving to me. Now, that doesn't mean that from then on, I totally believed, because, it's hard. You live in the physical world. We're up against the conditioning, the collective programming that you can't believe what you can't see. And you're still hitting up against that. That's just inevitable. So he continued to give evidence, like, step by step. But in his case, the way he really made himself known to me was he told me to create a Facebook group and to share our story, to share what was happening to me, to share what he was telling me, messages that he had for me and for the world. And he said, just chronicle it there. I want you to just let everybody know. And this is how you're going to, reach out to people. You're going to teach people, you're going to help people. And people will know it's real because you can't really make this up. You're writing every day. So it was kind of like a blog, but in Alan's case, he wanted people to interact with him. He didn't want to be on a website, on a page, and people just post a comment and then they go, they never come back again. He wanted to build a community. And ironically, about 10 years ago, I really felt drawn to create a community. But back then online, there wasn't that many options. It was kind of hard to do. And I couldn't figure out how to do that. So when he told me that about creating a community, I said, okay, I'm all in. Like I'm just going to share like everything, the good, the bad, the ups, the downs, my doubts, my anger at him. Like I shared everything. And so people in the group were telling me that they knew it was real because I was being so vulnerable. And I said, well, I don't know how else to do this because this is so out there. Like I could make it all pretty for people and make it sound like, I'm some enlightened being and I'm just soaring through this like easily. But he said, I got to keep it real. It's not easy, but it's also the most extraordinary thing that I've ever experienced. And the depth of love that I now feel because I'm open to it and he brings it to me every day is, again, unlike anything. I can't even describe it. It's like, I really believe that you don't know what love is until somebody loves you completely unconditionally and you love yourself unconditionally and you love somebody else, hopefully them, but could be anybody else, somebody else unconditionally. Because he's told me that we need those three things: the love of ourselves, another, and their love or somebody else's love to
Beautiful.
Be complete.
I have a quick question for you. I love what he said about over there, people felt more alive than
Yes.
in life. And that was exactly how I felt during my near-death experience. My first thought was, oh, I feel so much clearer. My consciousness is just so much more elevated outside the body. And I really believe when Eben Alexander talks about consciousness, the brain is a filter for it, that consciousness is so much more. So maybe part of what you are going through is that you are really connecting with something much greater than what you're used to. And so that's the shift. I mean, it's
yeah, it is. He told me that in the very beginning, he says, well, every night when you sleep, I'm with you and I'm taking you to heaven with me. So you're going to get accustomed to the energy. I'm bringing heaven to you and I'm surrounding you with that. He said, because, and he said early on, I'm an archangel. And I said, what? That's crazy. People can't be archangels. But then my good friend, Swati, who's also a good friend of Alan's, and she sees him. She can talk to him. She sees him. He hangs out with her. And she said, yeah, that's right. You are an archangel too, Pam. And so is Alan. And other people are also. And really, it's a job description. It's not some higher being, elevated above all the other angels and everyone else, because on the other side, there's no hierarchy. There's only groupings according to interests and abilities and goals. It's not like these people are above those people and, this is a special group. And it's all, he says, it's all conscious, it's all choice. And an archangel basically wants to serve others and help them embody their soul, help them to heal. He says, heal and embody their soul. So I just went along with it. I said, okay, because he was doing things that I could not explain, that he was appearing to students, appearing to clients. We started doing readings together. And one of the first things he told our first clients was, oh yeah, you can call on me after the reading and I'll continue to work on you. This is the reading that never ends. This is the coaching that never ends. So you just have to call on me. So I said that, right? Because I'm talking for him and I'm saying that. And they go, really? You could do that? Like, I was like really nervous, like, okay, can he really do that? he's saying these things. And I just had to say it. This is what he said. But the feedback I got was people said, yeah, I called on Alan. He told me to test him. He told me, this, that. I called on him and he showed up, or he started coaching me on how to do my website better. I mean, all kinds of things. One person recently said, oh, Alan gave me a great marketing plan. I said, okay. He was in business for, many years before I met him, very successful and running several businesses, and was very wealthy after a very impoverished childhood and growing up during World War II. So I wasn't surprised he knew that, but he knew nothing about online marketing. This was a guy who couldn't even find his way around Facebook. And he'd complain to me and say, I'm really confused. Like, what is this Facebook thing? Now he knows his way around the computer like nobody else, certainly not me. But it just blew my mind when he said, all right, I'm an archangel. And it's okay. And they said to these clients who said, please call on me for help for anything. Because the more people who call on me for help, the stronger I'll get. And the more people I can help. And I'm here to help. But by the way, Pam and I are really one because we're twin souls. And so I had to be here in a body while he remained on the other side, so that I could anchor his energy, his healing, he's I was telling me, his light, even his being, I don't know, here, so that it could be more accessible, for the world. And that was the sacrifice we agreed to make, that we would be parted. So question about that.
Yes. Well, actually, there's a great question on YouTube, and I usually wait till the end, but it's so good that Sean pointed it out as well. But a lot of people have grown up in environments where there wasn't a lot of unconditional love. We near-death experiencers are really lucky to have had a glimpse of it, and it changes everything. But for people who really haven't experienced a lot of that, and maybe even they've experienced a lot of abuse, how do you work on that whole? Or what does Alan say to help people?
How do you feel? Lately he's told me that, and based on my experience too, I can confirm this, that it's really hard to find unconditional love in the physical world, because most people just don't have that. They're all learning that. When you're on the other side, you return to being unconditional love. But here in a body, it's really difficult. So how do you love yourself unconditionally if nobody has loved you that way? How do you generate that? And I believe, based on what I've experienced with him, that it can be through the loved ones we have on the other side, because their love is perfect and they're still alive. They're not like gone. We all know, those of us, right, in this community, that they're just, like Sean says, in the next room. Or I like to say, okay, he's right here. Like Alan stands right here. If anybody's clairvoyant, he's literally right here. And my friends will say, oh yeah, I see him hugging you. I see him kissing your cheek or looking at you goofy with lovingly. But they're not like far at all. I don't want to say they're far. They're right here. So you can call on them, and most of the time they'll come. Of course, it's a choice, but most of the time they'll come, and their love is now perfect. So we can open up to that. So I don't think anybody really has a reason to worry about experiencing unconditional love if they open up to the idea that they can connect to their loved ones on the other side, which I don't really believe is that hard to do. I'm saying, especially because he's helping loved ones on the other side come through to us, because he told me that in the early days. And once again, I said, what? Are you crazy? What? You can do what? You can help them on the other side? He goes, yes, I'm going to teach classes on that, Pam. And I just laughed. I said, this is crazy. Then he had me read some books written by other mediums. And sure enough, I read this one book, and the psychic medium says, oh, by the way, there's souls on the other side who hold classes to teach souls there how to communicate with us here, because they don't all have the ability to project themselves, in a strong way. So Alan said, I heard him go, yeah, see, I told you, that's what I'm doing. I told you that from the beginning. All right.
I get that, because as a medium, like there are some people who come through really clear.
Right.
And,
Right.
and I'm telling, like the person about them, and I knew that they were spiritual in life. They had a little training in how to cross the veil, and they still can come through even without that knowing.
Right.
But some of them do need a little help, like they're not quite sure what to say, or they're even shocked, like, oh, I'm here, what do I say? Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh.
And so one thing that hit me as you were talking is that idea of they're different on the other side for sure. And I don't know if you've had a moment like this, but like with my father on the other side, I had this moment where he told me to do something, and I just reacted to him like his physical self. I'm like, my dad's not telling me what to do. Forget that. And then everything just like fell apart, and I should have done what he said. And I was like, oh, it's his elevated self talking to me.
Yeah. Sometimes,
Sometimes
you don't recognize them because they're different like that. And we know, as you know, as a medium, like they can appear whatever way they want to appear. And usually they'll appear younger because who wants to look like they're 80? I mean, not most people. So they want to look like you're 30 or 40 or whatever. But yeah, they're different, but not dramatically, because otherwise then we wouldn't recognize them, their personality. And they do retain their personality. So Alan retained his sense of humor because he was always a larger than life guy who was once in a band. He grew up in the Beatle generation. He could have been a Beatle practically. He was in a rock and roll band, and he left that to go into business. But he wanted to be, I think, on stage. He loved American movies, like a lot of British people now and then, and was always going to movies. So he wanted to be out there, and yet he was shy, and yet he was very psychic as a medium. But so now people tell me, God, he's really funny. And I go, yep. This should come with a disclaimer. If you contact this guy, he's going to make you laugh. And if you don't want that, like, don't call on him. He's very caring and he'll help you, but he'll have a sense of humor. And because he says that in the higher realms, they actually are very funny. Like he says, all the archangels are just hanging out, like cracking jokes. And I remember when he was here, and we had a strong connection with Archangel Michael, not a lot of people. And Michael would come through, and he'd always be teasing Alan, and Alan would tease Michael, and I'd go, "You guys are just silly." And they said, "Well, that's how we are up here, because we take life lightly and we're having fun, and that's the energy of the higher realms, is that there's a lot of laughter and light, and of course love." Any question?
I'm so glad that the afterlife is a party. I mean, that's what I want it to be.
Well, it's also, there's everything there, right? It's not just like a party, because it's diverse. I know. And the other thing that was surprising, he told me, was that at the higher realms, that they actually feel emotion very deeply, and more deeply than we do. They have the wide gamut of emotion. Of course, they're not done in by it, but they feel like deeply, and they want to, and they feel that we need to understand that our emotions are so important to come alive, and rather than be afraid of it. So one of the things he had me do was listen to this music that he gave me, and some of it would make me cry, some of it would make me laugh, but I'd go through all of this range of emotion, because he said you need to feel deeply, you need to really experience everything and not be afraid, and let yourself move through all the emotion, from the tears to the joy, and know that you're not going to get stuck. It's about just letting life flow through you and knowing that it's all perfect. Why? And there were times when I cried, and I wasn't upset that I was crying. I was just crying and feeling like so grateful that I could cry, that I felt alive just by crying, instead of being shut down and feeling dead. So I was grateful for feeling the tears and having that experience.
Well, I am going to let Sean ask some questions each hour, but he knows you, so I'm going to let him ask a few.
Okay, all right.
And for those who don't know Sean, he is the host of Hawaiian Ions, and he's also a near-death experiencer, fairly recent, but he knows Pam, so I'm going to switch you guys over.
Thanks for the warning.
Right.
you. Okay, so Al Faced asked in the chat, and I don't know if you saw this or not, but
No.
so Pam, as you guys may or may not know, she had a relatively clean house. She wasn't necessarily so you didn't have as much dysfunction as some of us might. And
Right.
so she asked, what if you grow up in an environment where love was conditional, even abusive? How do you know unconditional love when you have a hole in your heart that seems perpetually incomplete? And as you know, I think that's really important because most of us have come from dysfunctional
Yes.
houses and families where there is not love. And for myself, I didn't know unconditional love until I had an NDE, and from my mom, who had passed on, as you know. So what would you say to Alface and other people who really they're struggling because they're in pain? So how are they gonna get in touch with loved ones and be able to hear them? What can they do? If they're not already in that unconditional love frame of mind.
Yeah, I understand it's not easy if you haven't been shown that. And really, even if somebody's been in a quote functional home, they're not necessarily given unconditional love because most parents themselves don't have that. It's just what it is. But I really feel, well, now Alan's telling me the other side is here to help with that because they're not gone. They're not dead. So I would say I would connect with someone on the other side. And it doesn't, he's reminding me that it doesn't even have to be a loved one that you knew well. Like I recently, after Alan passed, I had my grandfather come to me, who I never knew. And he come to me, I had this deep experience with him, and his love was so amazing. And he told me how proud he was of me. And he was very handsome, showing himself young. And I've seen pictures of him. He was very handsome, Japanese. He died in his 40s. He had cancer. But he came through to just tell me he's always been watching me and he's so proud of me and he wanted to give me his love. So if I had that experience and I didn't have love in my life where I had been abused, I would choose to foster that connection and let him into my life and let him at least love me, maybe even guide me, because some of them are able to guide us. That's the thing. Alan says that actually many loved ones in heaven are already guiding us. We just sometimes don't know it. And they're also helping behind the scenes. They're actually many times responsible for miracles big and small that happen, that quite often people will give credit to the angels when it could be a loved one that actually set up something to your benefit. And it's okay because they don't care. They're not trying to get credit. So I would say open to that and feel
so
that.
How would somebody open themselves to the love?
To their loved one on their side? It can be through meditation. It can be through and if somebody's like Alan, he couldn't meditate, but at least relaxing or, okay, well, he's showing me now, like walking on the beach, if you have a beach or in nature, whichever, in nature, because when you're in nature, you're really more connected to source, to source energy, because it's all around you. And usually they're not throngs of people, crowding in on you like at a shopping mall or something. So you're connecting in nature and they can come in. So I would invite them in with you to go on your walk or to spend time in nature and just be present, because that's part of the thing too. You have to be like here and stop that mental chatter. And most of all, he's saying trust. And also, by the way, he's saying, ask him to help you. He has actually helped people meditate who couldn't learn how to meditate. One of our clients, in a session, she said to us, yes, I actually called on the two of you because I have always had trouble meditating, could never do it, tried so many times. So I thought, well, I'm going to ask Pam and Alan to help me meditate. And she immediately felt us come in, and she went into this state and she realized, oh, this is what it is. And then she stayed that way for, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 minutes, whatever it was. And she said, oh, great, now I know how to meditate. So he says, you have no excuse for not meditating and calming your mind, which really expands your mind and expands your consciousness, as we know, which will help you reach them. But he's also saying, get into your emotions, because they're pure emotion. They're pure emotion. And like I said, most people are shut down. So there's not, like he says, there's not a one size fits all way to do this, but those are the things that can help. Meditation, getting into nature, just inviting them in, asking, trust. He said that's the hardest part for people, because they'll have an experience and go, was that real? But as soon as you do that, you're disowning it. And instead, if you could say, I don't know what just happened, but I do know something happened. I'm just going to, sit with that, and I'm not going to reject it, because as soon as you go, I don't get it. Well, that's like, I don't get it.
Yes, go with your initial reaction. If your initial thing, go with that, because your ego will then come in and try to talk you out of it after.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Your ego will say, you're making it up.
Right.
Alan's shown me that I couldn't make up him talking to me, because I would think, like, because I'd hear him chattering in my head, and I'd say, am I just making that up? And he said, look, stop, try and talk to yourself. I mean, really, try and duplicate the conversations that we've been having. Go try. So I go, okay. It's kind of hard. I don't know what to say. Like, what am I going to say to him? Like, I don't know. He says, yeah, you don't have the flow of the conversation. When I'm talking to you, you don't know where the conversation is going. It's just coming, like when you talk to anybody, you don't know where the conversation, it's just word after word. So, okay. So he's also saying to me, in the beginning, telepathic conversation was difficult, and it could be different for other people, but for me it was difficult. So he said, I want you to write it down, because you're using different parts of your brain when you write it down. And then when you write it, it's also flowing in a different way. And so for me, he had me write, and I could feel him come in. I could feel him merge with me, and it was subtle. I'm not saying you're going to feel your loved one and go, whoa, some of you will, some of you won't, some of you feel nothing.
And if you just let yourself, so if you're not sure, assume it's real, and then you open yourself up to more of it, right?
And then you open yourself to proving that it's real. But he says you got to start with being willing to be wrong. Yeah. Like with anything. Do we learn anything?
With the assumption it's real and it's going to happen.
Right. And don't be upset that you don't get it perfect, because do any of us get something perfect right out the gate when we're learning it? You can't. But if you don't get over your need to get it perfect in the beginning, you're never going to get good. And anyway, this cannot be perfect, because remember, as long as we're in a body, nothing's perfect. That's impossible on the earth plane. So we just have to accept that and move on and go, it can be good enough. And good enough is, he's saying, can be extraordinary. So be okay with that. And he's serious about asking people to call on him for help to connect with your loved one. Because like I said, this guy is helping your loved one on the other side come through to you. So if you're on his radar, like you call on him, please help me connect with my grandmother, whatever. He knows who your grandmother is. He can see, like, he's telling me a trail of breadcrumbs to your grandmother, whatever. So he'll go and help your grandmother, and he's going to help you. And it's just, then you're on the journey. So just trust it and just see where it goes and be light about it. Don't be, lay heavy expectation on yourself or them. This should be a joyous experience. And he can even help you with your doubts. He's really good at that. So what do you have to lose? He wants people to call on him. This is like free. Like, he wants everybody to call on him. And people have called on him from the other side of the world when a woman called on him and he showed up. So.
And you also teach people, by the way, how to.
Yeah, we're actually going to, because so many people have asked us to help them connect with their loved ones. I give little hints and things and tips in our Facebook group. supernatural love and life after death. But of course, people want a real course. I'm actually waiting for, well, Trisha knows, she's with on Kajabi at their website. Well, Kajabi is getting ready to launch a coaching option for people like she and I who use Kajabi. And so when I get that going, I'm going to do coaching on that. And the people who'll be invited to that were people in my group. So I already have people who have asked us. Right now, if somebody wanted to do this, they'd have to book private one-on-one, and we can mentor them. And we have done a little bit of that with people, but we want to reach more people. So that's coming.
What would you say for all the people that are watching? They can all be their own medium.
Oh, yeah.
Agree with me?
Oh,
yeah.
Absolutely. I'm sure Trisha would agree. But they got to just trust and believe and not be doubting, because the doubt, as both of you know, just shuts everything down, just turns off your connection. So I was able to, fear. Yeah, you got to deal with your fears about the other side. And unfortunately, in our society, the media has done a really good job at making the other side seem really dark and spooky and strange and all that, but it isn't, unless you believe that, and then you bring that to you. But yeah, everyone's a medium. Absolutely.
So this may be putting you on the spot, but there's someone in deep pain on the chat, and her name is Lorraine, and she is wanting to know, her son committed suicide, and he's it's fairly recent, and she really wants Alan to help her have a deeper connection with her son.
With her son.
Yeah.
He's saying to me that her son is still adjusting on the other side, but he's showing me she's surrounded by angels. So her son was actually, he's telling me, a very evolved being, and was here to teach compassion through whatever suffering he endured, as can happen with people. And that he is going to be in contact, and Alan is going to help him make contact. And it shouldn't be hard because of who her son is as a soul. That because he is like higher, and I'm reluctant to say higher because it makes it seem like, oh, he's better. But we know that some souls are they have been around longer and they've worked on things longer, and really the more evolved you are, the less anybody cares about saying that they're evolved. Like, they don't even want to say that word. They just want to serve. Right. It's really the people who are not evolved to say, oh yeah, I'm evolved. But he's coming through that way. And he says he wants her to know, just to open up to him. And tonight you're going to start feeling something. Okay. You're going to feel a connection. You may not trust it, but he wants you to go with it and let us know how that goes. But he's going to work with both of you.
And it's interesting. She seems a little stuck, and I totally understand this, on the trauma of finding him, finding the body. And she wants to know if he was still there, or if his spirit had transitioned on.
He went like immediately, like he just left immediately, transitioned on. Alan's saying that he was ready for this and planned, I don't even just planned the suicide, but planned to exit at this time. He's saying he has work to do on the other side to help her and others. And that often can happen, that souls realize, I can be of more service on the other side, because here, like Alan, he left because he said, I can do what I need to do if I'm over there. And recently he also told me, I'm also over there to help me deal with all the things that are happening in this world, like including COVID and including financial thing, right? Including disasters. And he says he knew that he couldn't help me if he was in a body. So something similar with her son. He's going to help her. He's going to guide her from the other side. So I'm so sorry that you had to go through finding his body and all that. I know that leaves an impression, but Alan and your son are going to help clear that, and so that it's lighter, so that you can, I know we can do that, but you can kind of remember it, but not have the charge on it. It's just right now so intense because it's recent, and something like that is going to leave a lasting impression. So, but that's coming. So please, and he's now showing me the sun, and I'm saying, it's going to get better. Just please, just trust and allow them to help you. They're both going to help. He's going to help your son come through. He's going to help you also to make the connection. And I see that. He's showing me the bridge. I call it the bridge between heaven and earth. And he's showing me meeting on that bridge.
Beautiful. Yeah, I feel that as you say that. Does Alan often work with trauma like that, or people who are very traumatized about the loss of someone?
He hasn't yet. Okay, now he's telling me to my knowledge, because people call on him and I don't necessarily know what transpired, because I have clients and people in my group who will ask Alan to help somebody and he'll go right there. We recently had a good friend daughter. The daughter asked Alan if he could help her friend, 14-year-old friend, who was suicidal and was going through a rough time. And so Alan immediately went to this girl who can see spirit, by the way. She sees dead people like they're physical. She sees all her dead pets in her house are there. And he immediately showed up, we found out later, because she told her friend, like, oh yeah, he was here, he was hanging out, and he would start playing video games with this girl. Okay, this is what cracked me up. Like, what? You're playing video games? And she goes, she was having fun. He was playing video games. And this is what really astonished me. The girl said to her friend, yeah, this Alan, I like Alan. He's really cool. We had a great time. And when he first connected with me, he called me on my BS. And when I heard that, I was like, oh my God, like, you did what? Like, you called her on her shit? Like, oh my God. But the girl said, no, that was cool. She needed that. Like, she appreciated that he talked to her straight, that he told her the truth. And so, in her view, it's like, okay, great. Like, she didn't want sugarcoating. And he knew that. So he has helped people like her. And he's still with her, by the way. And she says she's happy to have him there. So he's guiding her, he's coaching her. See, like, who can do that who's in a body? Like, be with like hundreds or thousands of people at the same time and say, hey, I'm your crystal coach. I'm right here. I got your back. I'll help you. I'll do whatever I can to support you. But that's the kind of evidence I'm getting feedback from other people that I can't deny. So.
And I read the question wrong on YouTube. I think it wasn't suicide; it was a drug overdose. So he
kind of same thing. Well, don't you think that all death is suicide because we choose it? It's just like, well, how did we choose to exit? It's just that. So and a lot. Okay, he's telling me a lot of times he's reminding me of somebody we read recently who asked us because their friend had disappeared. And I immediately knew, like, okay, did he do drugs? Because I see drugs and alcohol, and he's gone. And I shocked myself because it came so clearly, and I was like, oh my God, did I get that right? Because I don't see myself as a medium. And I said, he's gone, but he was an evolved soul. I said, he came here to be a drug addict, and I'm not saying this is the case for this person, but to teach compassion, to teach his family and others. But my friend recognized that her friend was actually very special. So that's what she didn't understand. Why is he struggling with drug addiction when he's so special? And I can see that. And I said, it's because he's so special in his case that he's dealing with this to teach others compassion and understanding and forgiveness and expand their awareness of what, life is. And she could see that. And later the next day, she got hold of me and she said, I did get confirmation that he did, kill himself, and it was drugs. And yes, he was drinking. So, because I'd seen him like this drinking and I'd seen the pills. But I also see it when I saw him, I immediately saw him on the other side with Archangel Michael and Archangel Raphael. And Michael told me he's an evolved like soul, maybe even ascended master. And so they were walking him home. So he was fine. So in this person's case, Alan's saying it's similar, very similar. So not identical, but similar. Not always going to be the case with everyone who's dies by drug overdose or something, but in this person's case, it's always going to be different, right?
It's interesting because in medium readings, and sometimes people are surprised by this, but people who die from drug overdoses or alcoholism, sometimes their soul is so ready to fly free.
Yeah.
You know, they're just
Yeah.
so glad to be done with that body, and they adjust really quickly to the freedom of the other side. And
Yes.
it's interesting to
Yeah.
watch.
See,
Yeah.
isn't that strange? Like, why would they? And again, everyone's different, but yeah, some of them, that was your assignment. So Alan always said, you know, that some of the people who are homeless are highly evolved beings who just took on a tough assignment to, again, teach compassion and acceptance. And so don't like look down on them at all. They're not unworthy, and they're not broken. They're here doing their mission, or they're helping the people around them that are also homeless. You know, that's their ministry. So we don't know what's going on. We should never assume anything, that somebody is lesser or higher than us. There is no such thing.
So someone has, oh yes, sorry, I just get excited about some of these questions.
Okay.
Someone says that archangels have big missions. Do you believe this is true? Like, you know, to stop wars sometimes, or to stop the destruction of the planet, or to at least move humanity in a different direction. Does Alan tell you about archangel missions? And
missions, he says, how do you put it? not really about in terms of global effect. He hasn't really talked about that. Now, I must say that what we're focusing on right now is just he's been helping me open up to him. So really, because it's only been 11 months since he passed, so that's been the priority, like helping me with my connection to him, helping me really heal, helping me hear him clearly, and all that. And later, he says he has more to say about subjects like that, but he's not going there quite yet. But he will. He has said to me that to keep in mind that all the archangels actually can do the same thing. They're not really locked into specific specializations, okay? Because they only did that because so we could identify like which archangel should I call on for healing as opposed to spiritual protection, etc. But really, they can do it all because they just can't. So they can fill in for each other. They can do all those things. And he also wants to say, remind us again that many people here now are archangels and feel called to help people embody their souls. So, you know, that maybe people watching. He says, yeah, there are people watching. And because we're everything. We're actually everything, including elementals, including nature, right? We're a rock, we're a tree, we're a part of everything because we're God. And for some of us, we chose to incarnate and serve humanity as an archangel. And there are a lot, he says there are thousands, maybe millions of people who are doing their spiritual work quietly that we will never hear about. They're just serving, they're just working. They don't want to be acknowledged. They're just doing the work, as he says. And not to think that the people who are like me or others, I'm not putting down me or anybody else, okay, but saying that those of us, not saying those of us like on the stage, so to speak, are really better than anybody. We signed up for that. And all the challenges that go with that, because I'm sure as many of your presenters know, that this is not an easy role to play or a path to walk. It's fraught with challenges at times. It's you know, it is what it is. But there are lots of, he's saying there are legions of angels in bodies, and he doesn't care what other teachers who are talking about angels are saying. He says, he's told me right away, he said, remember, everybody is filtering their experience through their consciousness. Nobody's gonna really have the true picture until they're on the other side. So when you're here, and it's fine, it's perfect. So let everybody have their own version of what an angel is or isn't, or what an archangel can do or can't do, and don't worry about it, and just go with what resonates as your truth. And know that, you know, it's just, nobody can be the ultimate authority. The ultimate authority is each of us. And that's all that matters. So You know, when he told me that, I said, oh yeah, that makes sense. You know, it's who can. If somebody was the true oracle, then we'd all be off worshiping that person, right? Like, well, this person, let's say it was Sean, like Sean knows everything. I'll just bow to him and I'll just do what he tells me to do, which people tend to want to do because humanity has been programmed to seek out gurus and hand over their power. So, but spiritual teachers who are truly, you know, embodying their soul and know that that's not the way, that everyone's got to be their own guru. And this is not about having people like follow us. I've had lifetimes where I had that. And I'll tell you that lifetime was the worst one I ever had. Like when I was like a guru, when I was like up on a platform or worship or whatever, it is not what you guys think. I would rather be homeless. It was bondage in a way that you would not believe, except that you're eating off a gold plate. But that's the only thing that's different. So, you know, we have to kind of understand what we're dealing with here as spiritual teachers and practitioners.
And we are really coming into the time when everybody is and needs to be their own guru, like you say.
And I'm not saying you shouldn't have one or a teacher, of course, not at all, but that the best teacher, I hope you guys agree, that the highest teachers will say, you need to trust yourself. Like, don't give me your power. Like, I don't want it because it's going to be limiting to me. Like, I had to learn that in this other lifetime where everybody gave me their power.
And we're all teachers and students to each other.
Yes.
And we're all patient and therapists to each other.
Right.
So
and
we're all gurus and we're all students and we're all helping each other. Some are just know a little bit more or remember a little bit more.
Yeah.
Than others.
Right. And that's all. They're not better than us. They're not, you know, they're just on a different timeline, and we're all going to get there because you can't fail and because you can't die. So
yeah, that's what you and Trisha do, and other people. You're amazing teachers in helping everybody learn to be their own guru and their own medium, whatever word you want to use.
Yeah, I think that's where we're at right now. I was talking to another medium friend of mine, and she said, do you think people are really so much into readings anymore? And I said, well, yeah, they always will be. But she said, we both said to each other, yeah, I think people want to do it for themselves now. You know, they've gone that route, they've had readings, and they go, what's the next step? The next step would be for you to be the medium, or for you to get your own answers. I mean, that just makes sense, doesn't it? Like, that's the chronological order. Like, first I experienced this, and they go, he's Alan saying, as souls, we're always going, what's next? Like, what's next? What else am I going to learn? What else am I going to do? You never go, okay, I learned that, I'm done. Let's just like go to sleep on the big bed in the sky. Like, no, I still want to be in the game. I still want to ride the ride. I still want to see what else can I do, learn, be, or know. And so, like, what next? So I think if somebody's feeling called to be their own medium, or, you know, reach out to their side, then they're ready for that next step.
And I loved what you said earlier about your own connection can be healing. And I see so many times that people on the other side are sending actual love, you know, the energy of love, maybe even to make up for a relationship that wasn't that great, you know, or to, you know, like, there many times it is like exactly the wound they want to heal. And I even heard one abusive parent, a father, say to his son, would you please just rip the memory of me out of you and just live your life and just enjoy everything about your life, like, love it. You know, if you have to rip me out, then do it.
Yeah.
You know,
Absolutely. That's beautiful. I love that. Ellen really loves that. They just want us to be happy. Really. They really want us to be happy, and they will do anything in their power to help that. You know, they really can assist us, and they do without us even realizing it. So I'd say if anybody wants to learn how to connect, join our group, because the whole group is marinated in unconditional love, and you know, it's a great group, and you'll pick it up by osmosis. And anyway, if you're in the group, Alan's going to have you on his radar. And again, here's a disclaimer. Please do not blame me if this guy shows up and starts to kill you, change your life, and make you laugh.
By the way, with what you said, Trisha, about ripping, that was just so amazing. But what about us forgiving them?
Yeah.
Can you speak about that? Like, can they tell if we're holding grudges?
Yeah, that's a really good point. And I think I don't push anyone to get to forgiveness, but there is something about the other side. Like when people have transitioned, it's a lot easier to forgive for some reason. Maybe it's that energy assistance, or maybe that energy of butting heads is gone. And it's that unconditional love replacing some of what was not unconditional love here, what was part of the physical experience. So yeah, if we could get to forgiveness before death, I think that's
Yeah.
monumental.
I think you have to forgive them if you want to connect with them. I had to forgive Alan, but he says when he got to the other side, because they see the bigger picture, because they go through their life review and they realize, oh my God, that's why that happened, or that's why she or he did that to me. And so it's easier for them to let it go and say, all right, I get it. This is what I need to learn. And this is why they did that. And I didn't understand at the time. So they are pretty much readily able to forgive us for the most part. And they still are worried that their loved one here has not forgiven them. So they can still be upset about that. I had somebody in our group that, I don't remember if it was her father, grandfather, but somebody passed and he tried to come through because he wanted her forgiveness. And she was like, why is he coming through? She didn't like it. Like, wait a minute, why is he coming through? And he really wanted to apologize before he left. And he gave her this physical experience that was very disconcerting to her, and she didn't understand it, freaked her out. And I realized, I told her, because he really just wanted to make amends before he exited, even though of course they can do that on their side. But he was still here. So he said, I'm going to try to do it now. And she was like, oh my God. Okay, that's what it is, because he had mistreated her badly. So they do want to get it right. That's why Alan came back. He says, I got to make it right. I let Pam down. She didn't know that I loved her. I didn't really demonstrate it. And he knew that I believed that I would never really know what love was. And it broke his heart. He said he was devastated. He said, she was the love of my life. She's my twin soul. And I was an idiot, trapped in my fears and my insecurities. And I held back because I wanted to protect myself, and I lost the opportunity to be truly happy. And we had it good, but we could have had it so much better. So he said, I'm coming back because we have a soul contract, and I'm also going to make it all up to her because I want to make these remaining years the best years of her life. And
one last question really quick, because this all three of us have talked about separately, but it's so cool. And so Diana asked, how do we connect with loved ones who have passed that have already reincarnated? And I think we've all talked about this before, but what do you guys think?
Well, how do you know they've already reincarnated? But I'll tell you my perspective.
Let's assume or think.
Let's assume they did. Okay. I mean, because my understanding is most of the time souls wait to reincarnate together as a group. Now, that said, he says, if they decide, okay, I got to come back fast for some other reason, remember, we're multidimensional. So while I'm here in a body, there's a me that's on the other side. And there's a me that's on another planet. And there's a me that, whatever it is. So I can be anywhere and everywhere. Because this is something that Alan questioned too. Like, how do you know when you're doing mediumship that they're really there, or you're just being psychic and reading them and coming through it that way? He'd ask psychic teachers, like mediumship teachers, and nobody would really answer his question. So he's saying now, he says, yeah, because you're multidimensional. So you can always talk to the person. If they're in a body and they're not happy with you, they don't want to talk to you, like whatever, you got an issue, you can still talk to them, because the soul that they are, the conscious that they are, still accessible. That's the real them, isn't it? The personality is the mask. So you can still talk to them. Why do you think you couldn't talk to them if they reincarnated? You can still talk to them. It's you that's not going to believe that you're talking to them. They're always accessible. because
Yeah.
consciousness is everywhere.
This kind of hits home, this question, because my father's on the other side and he wants to reincarnate. And so I know this is one of those moments that sounds kind of just nutty and out there, but he's like, okay, I am. And there was this beautiful full moon, and he like went he was like, I've got a good mom and this is a good family. And he was, like going, and she had a miscarriage, and he's like, I'm back. And I was like, oh, Dad, this is really getting confusing. Like, do I have to know this? Like, I was kind of mourning, like, am I fully going to have my connection with him if he reincarnates? And he was like, you will to a degree, like, and trying to explain that multidimensional part, but I didn't like it, like.
Oh, that is so funny. I mean, I recently heard of a mother who lost her 2-year-old daughter tragically, and the daughter came back and started to guide the mother. This is the 2-year-old, because we're just consciousness. So it doesn't matter if you're 2 or 1 or 5 months, you're still consciousness. So, I guess it makes sense that consciousness, that mind of that baby could talk to the mother and say, hi, I'm here, I'm going to guide you. And that baby is guiding the mother. So things like that, Alan was saying, things like this are happening all over the world, but people are not going to talk about it because they go, this is too weird. I can't say that my 2-year-old is guiding me. My friends are going to lock me up. Like, I can't share this. So he says, when our book comes out, we're going to hear from all these people, and that's going to be the second book.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Yeah. So you're writing a book about, what is it called? I love it.
Supernatural Love, a true story of life and love after death. And we're due to be published in the spring of next year.
Yay. Well, thank you so much for sharing some of your joy and your experience and really your knowing. It's been lovely. It's been a beautiful chat.
Thanks for having us, Tricia. Alan says thanks. Too, of course.
Yeah. And then you have a live on Sunday, don't you, as well, on Facebook?
Yeah, Facebook Live in our group. You got to be in our group to be in it. And Sean's going to be with me because we did an event on Zoom it was a week ago, right, Sean? And we're going to take some questions about the subject, which is heaven help us, like how the other side can
so
help
people
us.
Can just message you through your Facebook page, and then they can join.
Yeah, well, there's also a link to my group on my Facebook page.
Yeah.
So they can get there.
It's not searchable, I think, because it's private.
Yeah, it is private, but they can message me, or they can look on my page. There's a link. Yeah, there is a link on my page because I'm all about the group. So you can just go on my page. But yeah, hope to see you there.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Stopping this recording, and we have a little bit of a transition for the next speaker, but yeah, if you on YouTube have any more questions, look back up the chat, and I think you will find Pam's Facebook group. I think Sean dropped the link a couple of times, but yes, thank you, everyone, and thank you, Pam.
Thank you. Lots of love.
Yes.
Bye.
And the next speaker is not here yet, so I am just going to talk for a moment about the pre-recordings. So I really have loved all these live recordings, but I've also loved the pre-recorded videos, and I talk live on Sunday, and I'm going to show you a few clips from those. I talked with Lisa Romano, and many of you probably know her YouTube channel. We talked about that narcissistic wound from a parent, but we also talked about the narcissistic wound in relationships, and really just practical advice on how to move forward after a moment like that. And I think this is so important for near-death experiencers because, as Michael said earlier, Michael Saunders from Inspire Nation said earlier that, we come back with all this great amount of love and openness, and we don't necessarily understand boundaries after a near-death experience. So it's really important to incorporate boundaries and also that love in safe ways. And so the next speaker, who I am really excited to have you meet, is Dr. Allison Snowden. And she is really an expert in so many ways of helping people heal from wounds. She is a theta healer and so much more, a near-death experiencer, but she does amazing work. And I love the fact that Lisa Romano's video is in the pre-recorded section. And if you check the chat, you can see how to access that, and you can see that video. But Allison is going to talk a little bit about theta healing, her near-death experience, and boundaries too, because that's important. She is an amazing woman, and I'm going to formally introduce her in a minute, but I'm just going to say hi.
Hey, Trisha. Hey, everyone. I'm so excited to be on here today.
Me too. And I am going to start recording now. And Allison Snowden is someone I met at IANS. And sometimes people ask me, well, how do you find people to interview? And would you interview me? And I'm like, I know a lot of these people. So I met Allison at an IANS gathering, and she was doing healing work there. And I was really impressed from the beginning that she is a trauma thriver, a theta healer, a near-death experiencer, and her near-death experience is profound. I've interviewed her on my YouTube channel. You can check it out there. But she's had a life of working on healing, and that's what we might begin talking about, is why healing is so important. And she has lots of experience in the medical community, and I'm really excited to talk with her. So Allison, how are you?
I'm doing amazing. How are you doing, Trisha?
Good. And so my first question to you, you come in contact with people who are traumatized, who are in a lot of deep pain. What is the first bit of practical advice that you give to them?
The first thing is that I give them, a lot of people don't realize that they're traumatized. There are some people that are very aware with it, but I was walking around after my near-death experience in a traumatized state. So I had this enlightening experience, of our near-death experience, of just being completely out of my body and surrounded with this love and this light and these downloads, spiritual downloads of eternal, like just truth, high vibrational truth. And I chose to come back into this body that was completely shattered, traumatized, violated, violence. And, that enlightenment moment kind of vanished. Because my soul had this enlightened moment, but then as I went into my body, into this traumatized nervous system that was completely broken, it was like an initiation almost, because I had that near-death experience and it was beautiful, but then it felt like hell coming back into a traumatized body. And the fact is that trauma is a part of the human condition. And, it is important to talk about the love and the light of, the Creator and God and all that we have, us near-death experiencers have personally experienced. And it's equally important to use that high vibrational medicine, that energy, to help heal, part of our nervous system and the human condition. So I think that's where my work is, I had a beautiful near-death experience and I was traumatized. And I was like, well, what's the point of me being alive if I'm just constantly in pain or a flashback? So going back to your question is first to realize it, and also realize that you're traumatized. And because a lot of us don't know, there's just all of this education and awareness coming out about trauma. And guess what? Trauma is a normal response to horrific conditions. And our survival response, it's the fight, flight, freeze, fawn. These are the different things that shut down parts of our brain so we can survive. The problem is that after we survive, sometimes we don't come out of that. Also with that, we can have little t, like little traumas or big traumas. So my near-death experience was in the context of being sexually assaulted and then run over by a motor vehicle and dying on the scene. And then I had 2 years of medical trauma, which is invasive procedures. And so I just really had no control over my life. It was just healing my body. Took 2 years. So those are big traumas, but at the same time, there are little traumas. So the big trauma was, this, the sexual assault, the, trauma of my whole body being smashed. But then the little traumas go in there too of, I think there was rumors going around about my school of what had happened and, teenagers being teenagers. And then also trying to finish school and being, in like so much physical pain. And so I think in the spiritual community, sometimes there's spiritual bypassing and also shaming people if they're in pain or struggling with life. And I honestly just don't agree with that. And so my whole life, because this happened when I was 15 years old, I'm now 38. This was in 1999. So my whole life has been dedicated into healing myself and healing others on all levels. So physically, emotionally, spiritually, on the nervous system, because that's the sacred work, shining the light, and helping people heal. And so they can live, their authentic selves. I wasn't myself when you're in a traumatized state. And it's so devastating to have a trauma or to have little traumas, and then it just shifts your nervous system and you can't actually be present and live your life. So yeah, that's that. So I guess the thing I want to share with people is that it's okay, and don't shame your survival instincts. They helped you survive. However, sometimes our survival instincts keep on possibly re-traumatizing us, or we can't even be present in the moment. So there's just so much to talk about with that.
Now, I have a question for you. It's kind of based on what someone asked in the chat, which someone said, do you lose your spiritual connection with the trauma? And is the trauma louder than the spiritual connection? And I'll answer that, and I'll be curious how you integrated it. But I remember this moment after my near-death experience and after sexual assault, I saw like my inner chakra, probably like the sacral and power center, had been shot through. It was almost like a cannon had gone through me. And I was like, oh, yeah, I'm going to have to do some deep work here. I was aware of it. And then I realized I'd have to build my power back up again. And I would have to energetically do that and spiritually do that. I still had messages from the other side, but sometimes the trauma was louder and sometimes the messages were there. So it's like they were competing at times, or it was dulled.
Yeah. And it's like, I mean, it even there's the dark and the light and the yin and the yang and the yin. The thing is that, like, I mean, as I was lying, like I was bedridden for a while, and then I had surgery, and then I was bedridden again. So I had a lot of time to connect with Creator and with that divine connection. And I mean, there was some amazing things, like that was just being downloaded, and just high frequencies, angels coming in. Like, I was like, what is going on? So I want to clarify that, like, yes, there, I would have horrible flashbacks, but then also it was a portal just to open me up to all of these different energies. And even before my near-death experience, I was very intuitive and very in touch with that realm as well. So it just, I can remember them like having experiences where these angels and this energy was like knitting like, my aura back together. And I knew, because of my spiritual experience, I knew, like, there is no doubt in my mind, like my whole left side was shattered. It was a miracle that I didn't have any brain damage. Like my doctor said, like, we've never seen such crushed bones in a living person before. So I didn't have any organ damage, any brain damage. So that was just a miracle in itself. But yeah, it was just, you know, I would be connected, and then, you know, maybe my survival mechanism would come over. But the thing is that, like, that spiritual experience showed me is like this force that we come from, this unconditional love. Like, anything is possible. And I'm getting chills right now. Like, the power of love and that attunement to that frequency. Like, I saw myself healed. Like, there was no doubt. It took 10 years for me to be physically pain-free. And I mean, I did a lot of healing, all these different modalities, but I was like, oh, it's happening. And luckily, you know, because of that spiritual experience, I knew I had a lot of work to do, and I knew it was going to happen. I think a lot of people don't heal because they get discouraged. You know, they don't find the right modality, they don't find the right healer, and they just give up because they're tired of spending money, tired of trying, and there's just this giving up. And so I think my, you know, near-death experience, or I call it my death experience because I was dead. I had this unbelievable faith, and I just saw my healing. Like, it was, and the message that came when I was going back in my body was like this, it was like, heal yourself and heal others. And it was just like, and it was like, anchor that energy, this vibration into earth. And I was like, you know, and then you're like back in your body. I'm like, you know, in the ambulance. And so it was like a, you know, disconnect there, because you're just, and I had surgery in a third world country, and it was just all this trauma around it. But, you know, I was always connecting to that energy, and I felt so supported.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Like, even in the darkest of times, and I tell people too, like, even in grief, we are supported by so much love on the other side. We may not feel it because of the physical grief at times, but there is so much support coming to us. And you described that beautifully. You know, the time it takes and not giving up on yourself is important as well. I think there's a lot of truth to that. And I want to jump forward and just give you props as a theta healer. I came to you at a time when I needed healing, and you're an amazing theta healer. Like, it's really an amazing modality. And you said it makes sense to you as a near-death experiencer. It made so much sense to me. I got certified in the first part with you. And explain to people, if they're not familiar with theta healing, what it is and how it works. And I just love to hear your explanation.
Yeah. So theta healing I came across, and I'll just preface this. I have my doctorate in Chinese medicine. I've done a ton of trainings, postgraduate trainings in different mind body technology. So NEAT, NET, attunement, Reiki. I taught that for a while. And then just yoga, all of these different modalities. Like, I was kind of like a educational junkie on healing modalities. And when I got surgery, and it brought up old trauma, and I couldn't get out of it. And so I was searching, and I found theta healing, and I got, you know, sessions, I did the training, and I was like, holy, oh my God, this works. This works. And when anything works, like, I'm a practical person. Like, I go for, you know, whatever works, I go for, and I feel it. And with theta healing, it is a technology that uses that source energy, that love that we all talk about in our near-death experiences. And it's teaching people to connect to that, and then using that to clear subconscious programming, shock and trauma. beliefs that are attached to our genetics, to our ancestral, which is deep ancestral programs and beliefs and traumas, and also past lives, and then also connects on the soul level. So there's 4 different levels in theta healing. And so we're not just working with the subconscious with this life, we're working with this whole other aspect, which I didn't see in a lot of healing modalities. So in a lot of healing modalities, you know, they're working with the subconscious, but they're, you know, missing out on the soul aspect, which as near-death experiencers, we're like, there's a whole lot of information. There's a whole lot of dreams and desires to grow as a spiritual being. So, you know, we work on all of those levels. And we do it through connecting to the creator. So, I came to this at like the perfect time, because I was like, you know what, do I have to invent a technique or something? Because I need something that has, you know, as near-death experiencers, like that light and that power is, and that reality is the ultimate, most powerful reality. And you know, when you're connected, when you're embodied to it. And so when I found it, I was like, yes. And then Viana is the creator of Theta Healing, which I've met her and she's amazing. She has a beautiful energy. All of the stuff that she says in her books, you know, my intuition and, you know, my sense of truth of where I've been spiritually, it's just like, yes, that's right. Yes, that's right. That's what I experienced. Yes, yes, yes. So it's like, oh, wow, I can do this. And it so resonates because we have that experience, Trisha, of that such a blessed experience of knowing ourselves as an energy consciousness, and we are an energy consciousness, that soul, that spirit in a human body that has human genetics, that has a lineage backwards to our family, that also we are in a brain and we have a childhood, and that's where that subconscious programming. So we are this spiritual soul and we're in this human body. And so there's a lot of learning and there's a lot of things that we can do, or that can be blocking us, our own traumas, ancestral traumas, beliefs. So with Theta Healing, the main thing that we do is belief work and feeling work. And we do this process called digging. So we're trying to intuitively finding what the bottom belief is. So for example, you know, I say people come in with the superficial or the storyline of what's going on. Maybe it's health, it's relationships, it's money, you know, and they have like, this is happening, it keeps on happening, I don't know what's going on. And so we go into a theta state, and I just see intuitively and psychically what is going on with the body, what is going on, you know, with the spirit, the consciousness, what is the root issue? Because you can clear beliefs, you know, like leaves on a tree, or you can dig up the root, you know, and you can quicken healing from several 10 years to, you know, 2 months or maybe in a session. So, you know, a lot of times our bottom beliefs can be something just as basic as I love myself. I feel like in today's society, we have a chronic, you know, epidemic of self-hatred. And not knowing how to love ourselves, and not like egotistical love, but that deep love and appreciation and that confidence that comes from knowing who you are. And so a lot of times, so if you don't know how to love yourself, if you don't know the feeling of loving yourself, if you've never been shown that unconditional love, then you're not going to love yourself. And then there's going to be all of these different things. I'm not good enough, you know, nothing works out, you know, everything like things like that, or people sabotage relationships, or they're attracted to, you know, people that are destructive, and they're like, I don't know why, I'm a smart person. So a lot of our subconscious programming is there, and we can change it. So it's really about, you know, going into that. And it's really cool because everything's energy from a physics perspective, everything's energy, everything's moving. So if you can help shift someone's energetic belief about themselves, then like it ripples outwards. So when you have like, I love myself, or I know what it feels like to be healthy, or I know how to live life pain-free. I didn't have that because I had experienced so much pain and trauma. And so I had to teach my body that, and it's a fun experience. As a trauma survivor, I've been a patient. I've been a patient just as much as I've been a doctor. And so I feel like I have a special heart for people. And also I've been in my patients or my clients' shoes. And I know when theta healing will work, or maybe they need something more, a little bit more intensive.
That's a great point. And to that point, Brooke Grove has a question, if you're willing to talk about it. And I'm willing to talk about these things. I went to you at a time I needed healing, and she's mentioning that you had a medical flare-up a few years ago. And if you're willing to talk about that, even though we've had these experiences and we know a lot and have access to healing, we still have work to do. We're all evolving. It's
Well, I always say, hey, Brooke, I can't see the comments from where I'm at, but I love you, Brooke. We talk all the time about this stuff. And I say, there's some weird stuff that goes on in the spiritual community. I call it spiritual ego. That like, oh, I've arrived, like I'm enlightened and like I have nothing to work. And it's funny because I just say, as long as you're embodied, there's work to do. As long as you're living, I mean, we're breathing, we're going to the bathroom every day, we're showering, and as we're embodied, there's always something to create and co-create. But yes, like it's interesting because each time, so this flare up, it was actually, I had a septic infection in my knee, and it left me bedridden for 6 months. And I mean, getting run over by a vehicle that was going like 70 or 60 miles per hour in Mexico was horribly painful. For some reason, it's so extremely painful. It was almost unbearable. It brought me to my knees again. And so a lot of stuff came up, a lot of stuff reemerged that was, it was re-traumatized, so a lot of times, sometimes we get re-traumatized and it brings back all this other stuff. And you can look at it as a way of like, I mean, part of me, I mean, sometimes it's just devastating. It is absolutely devastating. I mean, I was, just screaming in pain, like literally for months. Like I could hardly take it. So I definitely get physical pain. The thing is that it catapulted me into doing my intuitive readings because I couldn't stand up. And so I couldn't work. And so I just started doing my intuitive readings. The crazy thing is that because I'm an acupuncturist herbalist by training and did functional medicine. And I got these messages that it was like, hey, like, you need to do this full time, because energy medicine, intuitive and psychic healing has always been my baby, but I've always intermingled it with other modalities such as acupuncture. And in my intuition, it was like, you need to do this like full time. And I basically was like, to my intuition, I was like, nope, I have a good salary, like I'm doing this. So it was interesting because the life circumstances that happened around me put me in a position where I got to pursue, my intuitive reading, like, because I literally could not stand up. And so I think with that, I got deeper healing. And, of course, I had a lot of resentment, sorrow and grief to heal and let go of. And it was a big, big thing. And like now where I am now, I just I am grateful for the experience. Like, do I want to have that happen again? No, but I got it. It put me into this healing mode where I had to search and I had to heal more. And so with theta healing, I dove into that and I just, started healing and teaching. Well, now I teach it, and it's amazing because, I had to clear some programs. And now I have a knee, my left knee is, bone on bone because it had the septic infection, and there's like no cartilage. And so they were saying that, I needed to do a knee replacement, and I couldn't walk. Like I had a hard time walking, and it was through theta healing and through the classes and through my own work on myself. The pain stopped. I can do yoga. I can cycle. I have, since February, I've been pain-free. The funny thing is that Trisha is like, I was teaching my advanced course and I was still having pain. And I was like, okay, like I know Creator, I know this energy can heal anything. And I just prayed and I connected to God and I was like, why am I still having pain? And the interesting thing was the answer I got was because if you are pain-free, your subconscious thinks if you're pain-free, then you'll go back to your old job. You won't live your soul mission. So this was like in the middle of the night, like just instant like healing. And I was like, okay, I'm ready to let that go. And I let that belief go. And I downloaded myself. It's safe for me to be pain-free, healthy, and live my soul mission. So like my subconscious was like, because the past reality is that I wasn't doing my soul work. When I was physically healthy, I had to get to the extreme of being bedridden again to where I was like, okay, I'll do this work. So it's weird on the different levels you can see it from. And then I also had some beliefs that I only could learn through pain. So you can see how, I had so much pain in my life. Because there is a belief in, that we learn through pain. We learn through all experiences if we want to.
That a lot. So a question that I have for you is, a lot of people may not have heard your near-death experience story. And I want you to just take us to that moment when you left your body. It was, I love your story.
So I always like to preface this is that, watch for what you wish for, right? Because we're all manifestors. And my sister had cancer when I was 6, and I saw her just suffer incredibly. And then I saw a lot of kids die, like more than 10 kids' funerals. And then my cousin died, and it took me to an existential crisis. Was like, okay, I know there's a God. I know I'm so connected, but why? And so I prayed hard, cried myself to sleep. God, let me know why there is suffering. Why is there so much pain? What type of God would do this? Seeing innocent kids, being given chemotherapy, suffering, dying. It was so much. So I was praying at night, and then being, pretending I was okay, having an existential crisis, and, playing the kid. And so this was 99, March 29th. And we were going to Cancun for my sister's spring break. Ironically, she was diagnosed with an autoimmune disease. So she, like 2 weeks before, couldn't go. And so we had bought everything. And so we went. And I was out with a friend. I lost her. And I decided to leave by myself. And I was walking in the middle of Cancun, and some men were following me. And I got scared. I told them to stop following me. I ran. And the last thing I remember is me, looking both ways and not seeing a car. And then, it's like with trauma, like the lights go out. And then the next thing I know, I'm struggling and fighting as they're assaulting me. And, and then I'm just screaming and trying to get away. And then it like lights go out again. And then I'm up above my body and I'm looking down, and, this, I call it my human suit, because us near death survivors know that, we are not, our physical body. This is not who I am. Who I am is that energy that is beyond, the physical. But I was looking at my, my dead body because I ruptured an artery in my leg. Supposedly a motorcycle or a car hit me after the assault. And so I bled out. So I looked down and there was like this like pool of blood. And I like looked at, this physical me, and I was like, I'm dead. Okay. And I was like, well, I'll get another one. Like I'll get another body or something like that. So it's this real like interesting detachment, and there was this whole drama going on at the scene, but I really wasn't paying attention because I was just absorbed in this unconditional love. And I always tell people, you guys know it's a hard feeling to transmute because words like level it down, but it is like just that unconditional love, joy, bliss, and just knowing that we're so much more. And then it was like, oh, there are my past lives. And I was like, oh, damn, that's a lot. And they're like, do you want to look at them? And I was like, no, I don't want to. And so I felt like I was, on that plane of consciousness, time doesn't exist. So I felt like I was up there for forever. Some people ask me how long was I, clinically dead for. And I say, I was in Mexico. So we didn't really get a lot of reports. We did get some, but I was dead enough or dead long enough for them to arrest someone for manslaughter, and then, but not dead enough for them to take me to the morgue because I woke up in the ambulance. And I also love to tell people that, one of my cousins died from a car accident, and like a year and a half before this happened. And my question to God was, I always had a faith that there was something beyond. I just have always known that and connected with it since I was little. But I was like, the pain of a traumatic death, I was just like, I was mourning for my cousin, because like getting run over by something or having crushing injuries, like feels very violent to us. So I like to report that I felt nothing. I didn't feel any pain. So there's like built-in mechanisms in our body. And so it was an instant, and then I was out. So if anyone's loved one had died by, violence or by a car accident or something horrifically physical, there was no pain at all. So there was a lot of pain afterwards. But, there wasn't, at that time, your body can't even comprehend, all of that pain. So it just kind of shuts off. And that's a lot of times what happens with trauma. You just kind of disconnect. And then that leads us into the whole healing of the body of when you're, back connected in your body. And then you start to remember those body memories of the trauma. And those are scary because it feels like you're like back in the trauma. I can't move, like, I can't speak. And so, when you're in a safer spot neurologically, then you start to sometimes have these flashbacks. Luckily I had those flashbacks of the horrific stuff. And that's, I feel like my brain trying to process things. But, I did have, beautiful moments of pure connection. And I had several beautiful moments in yoga, and then moments in meditation where I was, completely out of my body and immersed in that unconditional love and light. So yeah. But it's interesting because really marrying the spiritual experiences, like I had that, but I had to do a lot of work because I'm here, I'm in my body, like I don't want to be like, I want to have that spiritual connection, but the message that was given to me when I was, in that dimension was bring that love, down to earth, down to your body, like it's not, and this is just me because everyone has different missions, but it was very clear from the start that healing this body was very important, and healing my life was very important, and helping other people heal their lives too, because if you look at spirituality, there's a lot of things of people going to get enlightened and like leaving society, and or like disregarding the body, like the body is like not holy or something like that, or like our human self is like evil. And I didn't get that at all. And I really think that and I know Brooke is with me on this, as well as just that embodied part of loving, and really embodying, that divine light in a healthy way. And there was many years, and I have zero shame about it, and I'm sure any trauma survivor has it, where you struggled because it wasn't safe to be in your body. And so you were disembodied. So, your spirit was up there and you're in pain. And so really the work is to really meet and heal the pain and heal the trauma so the person can recreate their life and be pain-free. And really, it's hard to give our gift to the world when we're traumatized or when we're in chronic pain. It's hard to be present. So that's my mission. And also my mission is that through the sessions that I do and through the classes that I teach, I'm teaching people to get that, near-death experience, that connection with the creator without, going out and, having massive trauma, because it's all in our right. And to connect to that amazing source, and not just when we die, but every second of the day.
And I have to introduce you to Sean Lether. He's my co-host, and he runs Hawaiian IANs and Maui IANs. And he has a question for you, if you don't mind.
Yes, I would love it. Hey, Sean.
Hey, so I love hearing about what it was like when you were above your body. And so I was identifying because I had an NDE. And so what I wanted to know is, so as you are above your body and you're looking down at your body, and what were you thinking when you looked down at yourself? What were the thoughts that went in your head? And if this makes sense, I think hopefully it makes sense. So what was your higher self above your body thinking as you look down at your body?
So, with I think with a lot of near-death experiences, they have the same thing. It's like you're getting downloaded with all this information. So it was like a massive, lack of a better word, dump of just like, information that just got absorbed. What I was thinking was, oh, wow, I'm dead. And then I went to this thing where I went to a pre-birth memory where I was like, oh, I planned this. Like I went to the pre-birth thing of like, oh, I had decided before I was born that I was going to have this experience. So it was like this like kind of like light bulb switch. I was like, oh, and then it was like all of these things started to like, become reawakened, because that knowledge was always there. It had to be reawakened. And then it was like, oh, I chose my parents for very specific reasons. And it was like, it was very intentional, like all of these different things. And so like my soul was like, oh, and it was like, that's why like you had that struggle. So it was just like this whole thing. And then the amazing part was like, I found like everything, like creator, the universe, everything's recorded. Like I was amazed and I felt so peaceful and loved knowing that everything was recorded and that everything is known and there's no judgment. It's all love. But I was just like, oh, wow. Like, you know, oh, I can see what I was thinking, my intentions in this life or what I was learning. And I just was like, wow, everything's recorded. And for me, I just have this pure, like nothing in our reality happens without, you know, that loving energies knowing. And in fact, like when we die, we go and like review. And I think one of the things that is, you know, review our lives with love. And one of the things is that's cool to teach people is how to do that before they die, because that we don't have to. We can do that before we die. But it was just like that bliss and also like that extension of like, you know, you feel like your wings, not even your wings, your energy just gets stretched all the way out. And you're like, oh, this is so amazing. And you feel at home and you're just like, oh, this is amazing. And then also what was happening too was that there was other energies, other beings, and we were all connected. And I was like, and there were some beings that were very awake and we were telepathically communicating. And which was amazing because, I mean, when you're not in human form, you don't need a voice box, you don't need a mouth. So we were just telepathically communicating. And I was like, is this me? Or are these like my spirit guides? Or, and it was like, yeah, we're all the same. Like it's all one. And it was just the bliss and that feeling was just so beautiful. And some people ask if there was like this time where it was like, well, are you going to go back? And I mean, I feel like my experience is I had a choice, but it almost was like I already chose before I was born that I was going to go back. And that was part of my life purpose, to have these initiation or these healings in order to help, you know, other humans and spiritual beings in this awakening and healing, you know, wave. I mean, we are in a wave, an awakening wave right now. And it's so beautiful and it's so needed. You know, I did when I was in the hospital in St. Louis, I did have some, like, I always tell people like buyer's remorse. I would like connect with creator. I was like, this is really hard. You know, I was like, can I go back? And they're like, nope. Like,
would you say that you had, so when you're looking down on yourself, did you have a moment of like a new sort of compassion for yourself?
Oh my God, it was complete love and compassion, and also like love and compassion for every human being, like everything. Like you could, like even the men who violated me, like it was like this knowing, like they don't know what they're doing. They're just on automatic, and you know, they have been taught violence, and you know, it's you know, that was the reason for it. So it was like compassion for that. So it was like this, all of this love and compassion on such a, you know, high vibrational level. You know, it's like that unspeakable love.
And like an automatic forgiveness, right? Like you didn't have to forgive. Like there was like, because you saw why they had done what they had done.
Yeah. And then, but you know, there's plenty of times where, you know, because with forgiveness, there's, you know, I had many opportunities to practice forgiveness. I'm sure Trisha can relate.
Oh, yeah.
But that goes, but that comes from, you know, with beliefs, and that goes into like the education of boundaries and energetic boundaries. I have a whole subset of beliefs and things I test with near-death experiencers, because we are our own special subgroup of human beings, because we have this enlightening experience. And then sometimes in the translation of living back here on earth, there are the certain things that we struggle with, like, wanting to be here, like wanting to be. So I have a whole separate set of healing of beliefs to test for near-death experiencers, because we have a gift, but then we have a whole set of integration beliefs that we want to make sure that are clear. Where does theta healing come from? So it comes from Viana. She started it, I think it was about 22 years ago, and it's evolved. So thetahealing.com. She teaches people, teachers. And so her story is a lot like mine, of just having these healing, crises, and then like healing instantly of like things that, that medically like weren't possible. So it's interesting that, so she developed this, and she didn't have a near-death experience. She was in a coma, but she never died, but she had that same connection with that unconditional love.
I have a question from a viewer. So someone wants to know, how do you not to lose themselves with giving too much, that almost traumatizing themselves by being such a giver?
Oh yeah. So when I was up in that sacred space, the message was love yourself and love others. And so with boundaries, sometimes, near-death experiencers are the ones that all of our boundaries were broken. Like, our physical boundaries, our mental, intellectual boundaries, our minds were just blown open. And so you have to it's a skill set. And so when you're giving too much, it's also like putting your other people's needs above your own. We want to be of service of people, but then we also want to give and also respect ourselves. So what happens is, and I've been through that, where I will overgive, or, I had this near-death experience, like this, I need to rescue people thing in my 20s. And then I would give and forget myself, and then I'd be resentful. So really setting boundaries is really helpful for the relationships. And what boundaries are is, this is okay with me, and this is not okay with me. The issue with only intellectually doing that is that when we have trauma that is not in our, prefrontal cortex, it's in our subconscious brain, we'll be doing things and we don't know why. We make 90% of our decisions from that subconscious programming, and subconscious means below, our consciousness. So you need to do the healing around that you're worthy enough for your love and respect, and what love and respect feels like. And you have to practice that skill of saying no, and really tuning into yourself. Am I doing this? Am I doing this to get something, or with different expectations under, or am I doing this as an act of love? So a lot of us learn this when we're younger, from, codependent relationships, that type of thing. So there's beliefs that are done, and then there's the practice of boundaries.
I have a quick question from another viewer who is asking, she said earlier that sometimes theta healing isn't the best option in a certain situation. So what might be an option, or what might be a situation where theta healing wouldn't work?
Well, I think, theta healing has always worked for me. There has been times when I was suicidal, because, I was in 10 out of 10 pain, and it was 10 out of 10 pain for 5 months, which I don't know who's experienced that, but it's a very environmental way that my brain is on fire. I was doing theta healing on myself, but I needed an extra step. And so I'm very open and honest and authentic because gosh, we need that in healing communities. And I had to do ketamine. And for me, ketamine turned off that switch of the suicidal, tendency. And oh shit, I just thought, I was like, oh, can I not talk about that on YouTube?
Oh, you can. It's fine.
One of my things, YouTube's got flagged and put down because I was talking about that. I was like, okay, just trying to be real. But yeah, so in that moment, I was doing theta healing, but my brain needed like a next level. So usually I like my clients are theta healing can help all the time. Like I've seen it work miracles all the time. And I will always be honest with my clients is if I see that they're spiraling and we might need to look at something in conjunction. So like ketamine, TMS, something else to regulate their nervous system. But most of my clients have done a lot of different healings just like myself. And so they're just wanting that spiritual connection and then also wanting to heal the programming that they can't heal.
Wonderful. I like that answer. It's real and it's important stuff to talk about. So I don't want to put you on the spot, but is there a healing you want to end with for the collective or for the group?
Yeah.
Right now, but I'll leave this up for a few, really into the next day. And so more people will watch it. So if you want to just.
Beautiful. Yeah. Can it be like a couple minutes, like till like 5 minutes?
Yeah. We have time.
Okay. I know. I was thinking about that. I was sending that to you. I was like, I want to do this because I love talking about it, but it's so fun to tune in. All right. So what I'm going to have everyone do is put their hands on their heart. And do I have permission to enter in the space of all of you energetically? And if you allow that, just say yes. And I'm just going to enter in your space energetically, and I'm going to download with your permission, just unconditional love. We're going to take 3 intentional deep breaths. So we're going to take an inhale. So inhale through the nose, and then holding up the top, and then exhaling through the mouth. And then another intentional inhale through the nose, holding up the top, and exhale. And the last inhale, inhaling, expanding those lungs a little bit more than before, holding up the top and exhaling through your mouth. And then allowing your energy just to expand in your heart center. The heart is one of the most powerful healing centers in our bodies. Just expanding and sending yourself that love. And then feeling that love going all the way down your body, lighting up each of your cells, the trillions of cells in your body, going all the way down your hips, your legs, your feet, and then sending that energy. And we're going to go down into Mother Earth. So we're going to connect to Mother Earth and allow and invite Mother Earth's powerful divine feminine energy coming up through your feet, coming up through your knees, your hips, lighting up each of your chakras and each of the cells, saying, thank you, I love you. And then taking another intentional deep breath in at your heart and feeling that heart expansion. And then feeling that energy going up through your throat and through every cell of your brain. And then I want you to imagine this white ball of light. And it can be whatever color you want. It can be blue, green, pink, white, gold. And then imagining yourself in there. So imagining yourself in there, and we're going to go up. So we're just going to float beautifully all the way up, going higher and higher, higher and higher. And we're going to go through the Earth's atmosphere, higher and higher. And then you're going to feel these golden and white lights moving through you as you go higher and higher. Feeling this love, this alignment. And then you're going to go through these rainbow-like colors. And these are the different laws that govern our universe. So go beautifully through those and going higher, and you're going to go through this pink and white jelly-like substance. And this is the law of compassion. And just feeling this compassion for every moment of your life and every moment you've ever been alive, sending compassion, and then sending compassion for everything you are right now in this moment. And then sending compassion all the way to all your future selves, future moments with unconditional compassion. And then you're gonna go higher and higher, and you're gonna see this white light. And as you go float higher and higher, you're gonna see that white light, and it's gonna expand and get bigger, and you're gonna go and enter this light. So now we're on that plane of consciousness of unconditional love, that plane where all us near-deathers go. So just expanding your energy field. And then I'm just going to, if you guys would like some downloads, I'm just going to tune into what you need right now, who's listening. And would you guys all, and if you like the download, you say yes out loud, because you are have the right to say yes or no. So if you would like the download, just say yes after I say it and you will receive it. So would you like to know the feeling of peace, that you can be peaceful in every moment? Would you like to know Creator's definition of unconditional love, the feeling, the knowing how to love yourself and love others in the highest and best way in every moment, and opening up those receptors in your mind and body to be able to receive this unconditional love for yourself? If you like that, say yes. Would you like to know the feeling that your life matters, that your life is precious, and that feeling and knowing within your heart and your body that you matter and you make a difference? And would you like to have Creator just harmonize your energy fields, the highest and best, so all of your chakra systems? So I'm going to command that. If you would like that, say yes. Then also, if you would like this loving energy to clear your energy field, just say yes, and I'm just going to witness that. So we're going to command Creator to clear all of your energy fields. So sending any energy that's not yours up to Creator's light, and then infusing that space with Creator's truth and unconditional love. Also, would you guys like to know what it feels like, the feeling of safety, that you're safe in your human body, that you're safe to be yourself, that feeling and Creator's highest definition of that safety? And then I'm just going to do a healing for anyone who wants it. So we can all together collectively send unconditional love out to the universe, to any soul that needs it in this moment. So we're just going to collectively with our hearts command Creator and that light just to send an instant healing and that light to anyone who needs it in this universe, anyone who's suffering, and just have them feel that wave of love. It's done, it's done, it's done. And just sending gratitude to each of you that are listening now and maybe listening later. So sending that feeling of gratitude and appreciation for your heart and your love that you give to the world, and that it is always appreciated, and Creator is so grateful. So just sending that. It's done, it's done, it's done. And then we're gonna just come back into our bodies. So just feeling that heart energy going, expanding through your chest, sending that heart energy all the way down through your feet, connecting with Mother Earth, and feeling that connection, that nourishment from Mother Earth, and then also from the light of Creator. And see that light from Mother Earth and light from the divine consciousness above us, infusing all of us with unconditional love and meeting at the heart and just expanding the heart. Beautiful. Thank you guys. I just want to say thank you all for listening. Thank you for being here. And I'm really excited for what's happening on our planet. I know there's a lot of fear out there. However, in my soul and my bones, I mean, I just know this is a beautiful time to be alive and to spiritually awaken. And we need everyone to join in on this movement. So I'm really excited to be alive here and teaching and sharing and having these amazing conversations. It's the best. Oh, and also, can I put, I didn't know in the chat, do I go on your YouTube?
Yes.
And
Yes. Perfect. Put your links, please. Go chat with people because I'm sure they will want to talk with you on my channel. But thank you, Allison, for that. That was lovely. Thank you.
And I've been putting it in there also, Allison. I've been
oh,
putting
cool.
It in there while you're
Thank
speaking.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Instagram. Perfect. Oh, you're awesome. Thank you so much. I was like, oh shoot, perfect.
Yeah,
well,
it's in there.
Perfect.
Right.
Well, I'll go and chat too. And thank you so much. And hi, Alan.
Yes, the next guest is here. So thank you, Allison.
I'll see you guys later.
Yes.
Bye.
See you in Austin.
Yes.
Bye.
Oh, I'll text you about that.
All right.
Okay. I bought my plane ticket.
Yay. All right. So, hi, Alan. How are you? I've got you on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Hey,
All right.
how are you?
All right, there I am. I just want to let everyone know that, yeah, I'm Alan, but I'm not Pamela's dead husband.
Yeah,
we spell it the same. I was like watching the video and she kept saying Alan. I'm like, what? So.
That's funny. Yeah. So he's got a sense of humor. He must have.
Well, it's a really cool synchronicity, like for that, because most people don't even spell it that way. So.
Yeah, interesting. Well, I have a co-host, Sean Lether from IANS, Hawaiian IANS, and he might.
Well, Alan.
Hello, nice to meet you.
But yeah, let me go ahead and start the recording. And Alan, I healing today, but I definitely want to ask you a couple of questions first. If you are not familiar with Alan Chapman, who runs the Shaman Oaks YouTube channel, and really just a ton of interesting videos. You really kind of opened my mind at a time when I needed it. There's so much learning on your channel, and I deeply appreciate the videos that you do for near-death experiencers and spreading that light and that message. But I personally like Allison. You know, she's one of the people I've gone to for healing, and I've popped into your groups, and I love it. So how did you get involved in doing this, and how is it going?
Well, it's going well. I got into it by accident. I didn't believe in healers. I used to say healers are just a bunch of adults playing pretend. I wasn't into it whatsoever. I was going to a course at the Arthur Findlay College for mediumship because I was having a bunch of just really weird experiences. And when I would meditate, I would see people I didn't know. And so I was like, well, I need to go explore this. And so, like I said, there's a college or there's a school in the UK called Arthur Findlay College. They do courses on mediumship, psychics, abilities, and healing. So I went there for mediumship, not believing in healing. And the very last day, so you go to like a 7-day course. And so it was a 7-day course there on mediumship. On the last day, my teacher was like, well, I'm going to do healing for the group if anybody wants to try it out. And I was like, well, you know, if I'm going to try it, I might as well try it here. And I went and sat down, and he didn't touch me. He put his hands on my shoulders and above my head. And I closed my eyes, and it just all of a sudden I felt like this electricity flowing through my body. My eyes started twitching, my heart started racing, my hands got really hot and clammy. All the muscles in my head started twitching, like in the back of my head, just all over my body. And I was like, what in the world is going on? And I went and sat back down, and I was just like shaking, and I was still twitching for hours after it happened. And so and so I walked up to him afterwards and I was just like, I think you just changed my life. And he was like, why? And I was like, I never experienced anything like that before. He's like, how do I do this? And he was like, you just go do it. And then so I was like, okay. So I went back home and then just started texting people that, hey, can I try something on you? And they'd be like, yeah. And like, just close your eyes and let me know if you feel anything. And they would close their eyes and I would channel and then they would be like, what the hell was that? So it's just, and then from there I just kept, then I found out I could if I videotaped myself, people could feel it. So then I started posting videos online of my healing or my twitching. And then I branched out and started doing it live. So I do it live on I have 2 channels, Shaman Oaks and then Shaman Oaks Healing. Shaman Oaks Healing, I do the healing. So.
Yes, and this idea came to me recently, and I've been saying it in a lot of these chats that I feel my guides and angels telling me that the next 5 years are just full of all kind of incredible healing, and that you stepping into doing this and other people step into maybe things that haven't even been done before. Like I feel this wave coming, and it's exciting. I don't know if you get that sense as well, or.
Well, what I do, yeah, and it's just like what I like to say, and I also learned this from my teacher, Paul Jacobs, and he liked to say, if you're on a spiritual journey, try not to have a goal in mind. He goes, a lot of people want, like, I want to be a medium, or I want to be a healer, or I want to be this, or I want to be that, and he says, just start the journey, just go on the journey and be open to wherever it's going to take you. Because like that same thing happened to me, is like I had no intention of being a healer. You probably had no intention of having a near-death experience, but like spirit knows, or God knows, the universe knows what's best for you, and you just kind of just explore. That's what I like to say. Just explore and just kind of see what happens. But yeah, a lot of interesting, cool things are happening for a lot of people. So
Yeah.
awesome.
So what has been surprising about the journey for you as far as stepping out there with healing?
Just how visceral it is. Like for me, I didn't, like with mediumship and psychic stuff, it's a lot of it's feels very close to your imagination. You're kind of having to, at least for me, when I did it, I never saw like a spirit in front of me. I never really heard a spirit. A couple times I've heard voices, but for the most part, it's very subtle. And this healing that I've experienced, it's not subtle whatsoever. If you feel it, you feel it, and there's kind of like no denying it. And that's what I kind of love. And the same thing I think with like near-death experiences, once you have it, you're like, no one can tell you otherwise that it wasn't real. And that's what I like about this healing, is that it's real and it's measurable, and you can't deny it.
And one thing I've noticed when I have popped into your healings is that people will say specific things that they're working on. And there was someone recently who told me that he was dealing with anxiety, and he felt it really at the heart level. And this is someone I was giving a reading to. And I thought, that's probably pretty common for a lot of people. I would think that, anxiety is something that runs through society. Fear is what we're battling with. Can you do a healing on just something that general, like anxiety?
I can, but I like to say that it's not me that does the healing. I'm just the channel. So I was thinking about this beforehand, how to like word it. And because I used to call myself like a doorway, I just open the door and the energy flows. But now I'm more of like a kitchen sink faucet. So like when you go to get a glass of water and you turn on the faucet, you don't go, oh, wow, thank you, faucet, for giving me water. Like, the water came from a river or from the water plant or whatever. I literally just open the faucet. And so the energy can come through. It can heal specific things for specific people. And I can set that intention, and I do. But for the most part, I like to mostly just step back and get out of the way and trust that the energy is, well, I like to say the energy is intelligent, and it knows more than you do of what you need, and it knows more than what I do, or more than I know. So it's best to just, like I say, experience whatever it is you experience, or come with an open mind. Because a lot of time people think, oh, I need my anxiety healed. But what they really need healed is, some trauma that happened to them as a child, or, there's like, think of it as dominoes. You can't always start in the middle. You don't want to knock over this domino. You have to start at the beginning. So sometimes you're going to have to get other stuff healed before you get what you want healed. So yes, I can, but at the same time, people usually get more than they ask for, or more than they bargain for.
Yeah. And since you talk about a lot of different subjects on your YouTube channel, do people come to you with big issues, you know, addiction and suicidal tendencies? And I mean, do people come with these like complex issues where it's more than one thing at one time? And what do you tell people, and how does the energy work from what you've seen on these larger complex issues?
Yes, they do. I haven't been doing many one-on-ones. Most of my stuff is group stuff. So people come with all range of things. So a lot of that stuff is releasing an emotion. So during a healing, it's very common that people feel anger come up, or they start crying out of nowhere, or I've had people start laughing out of nowhere, and they try to go, like, what is that? Some people think, oh, I must be feeling Alan's pain, or I must be feeling Alan's anger. And it's like, I try to remind people, no, what you're doing is this energy. I like to call it spiritual Drano. It's kind of going through your body. If you imagine your body as a pipe, and over time, your pipe gets gunk in it, gets accumulated with gunk, and that's emotional trauma, physical trauma, just traumas in general, or emotions that say someone hurt your feelings, 10 years ago, but you never expressed it. That actually, and you denied it. That doesn't actually go away. What that did is it probably got stored somewhere in your body, in your pipe. It's gunk in your pipe. And so what this energy does is it goes through like Drano, and it kind of breaks that stuff up and has to come up and out, or down and out. So some people will have to go to the restroom quite a bit. Some people will twitch and jolt. Some people will just get really emotional and or cough, yawn. A lot of really different things can happen, but again, people tend to go through phases with this. So I recommend that people come and they just keep coming, because you'll see it'll evolve over time. So you'll go through a period where you're crying a lot, then you're going through a period where you're twitching a lot, or you're coughing a lot, or you're yawning a lot. And again, I always tell people, don't try to figure that out. Just go, okay, that is just me releasing something. And the more you can just trust that the energy knows what's best for you, then the more healing you will receive. And then over time, you will physically feel lighter and happier. So.
Yeah, I like that. So my last question before we just go into a healing is when people are in need of something practical to shift their lives. This is the theme of this conference, is practical spirituality. So when you meet people who need something in the moment, what's one of the most practical applications of spirituality that you've found?
Interesting. Well, I mean, like everyone always says, it's meditating, it's going within, it's spending time with yourself. So, I mean, I guess I would say that a lot of times with healing, it's good to imagine the white light. I think Allison was talking about that. You kind of put white light in the area that you want healing, and you just kind of imagine that you are a light bulb. I tell people that a lot too, as well. So when you're healing, you imagine breathing in light and seeing your body light up, and then just holding that feeling of light in your body. And then imagine anything you don't want coming out as like a smoke or a mist. And some people envision as a black smoke, a gray mist, or you can see it turn into a balloon and float away. A lot of people I've noticed with healing is they come with a specific issue, but they've made it part of their personality. They made it part of their identity. And when you make something part of your identity or personality, you're subconsciously holding on to it. And the analogy I like to give is, if you're playing fetch with the dog, you throw the ball, the dog runs and gets the ball, brings the ball back. The dog really wants you to throw that ball again, but at the same time, it doesn't want to let go of the ball. And that's what our bodies do, is we really want to heal, but at the same time, we're scared to let go of that trauma, because what if then we can't tell that story anymore? Then, we don't get that sympathy anymore. Or some people will go through life and they're constantly getting in car wrecks, or they're constantly ending up in the hospital, because they find out when they're in the hospital, all of a sudden some people give them a lot of love. A lot of people show up, a lot of people are calling them. And that actually can be dangerous, because you get addicted to that. And then when it goes away, you're like, well, how nobody cares anymore. If nobody cares anymore, I'm going to go find something else to sabotage myself so that I can get that attention again. So that's, I guess, what I've see with some people is sometimes they'll be they have the same issue over and over again, or it's always the new well, I don't want to say that because it's different for different people, and the energy can affect you in different ways, but you just never, but just watch out about making it your identity, part of your personality, because that can subconsciously make you hold on to it.
Yeah, and meeting yourself with that love and compassion. It sounds like people who are trying to get it from other sources need to just give it to themselves. And I think it was Michael from Inspired Nation who was like, yeah, treat your ego like a little baby. Like, oh, like the wounded part of you, like really just that unconditional love is healing. And that's probably the faucet that you're turning on, is really just unconditional love.
And I heard that before as well when I've done ayahuasca, and it told me you need to treat yourself the way you would a puppy. You wouldn't ever tell a puppy it's stupid. Same way you wouldn't tell a child it's stupid, hopefully. And give yourself the same love and attention that you would a puppy, a kitten, or a child. And yeah, because it's about self-love. And also, it's really important for everyone to see everything as a gift. I know it's really hard sometimes in the moment, but I've had that shown to me so many times over the course of my life that anything that's like bad, there is no bad. It's a gift, and you will heal the most once you realize, okay, what am I supposed to learn from this? How am I supposed to grow from this? Because like when you had a near-death experience, when you went to the other side, you didn't feel like you need healing, right? You were like, most people, from what I've heard from the people I've been talking to, is you instantly feel better, healed. So that means there's really nothing you have to heal from. It's just your body, which is, I think even Michael called it a meat suit, or I call it, it's just a car that you're driving around. So it's kind of an illusion. Healing can be almost like an illusion because you associate that with yourself, but in reality, your spirit is fine.
Interesting. Yeah, that is true about the connection. Over there, that was the best feeling, to feel no pain, to feel fine just as I am. Because I think a lot of people walk around feeling not fine as they are.
Right.
And that's what they're looking for, is I just want to feel fine. I want to feel okay. I want to feel peace. And yeah. So with that, let's just get everyone ready for a healing.
Cool.
And I will just spotlight you, and I will turn my video off because I like to participate.
All right. So for this, it's just really important. Well, if you notice, when I start a channel, my eyes twitch. They do this thing. Your eyes might start to twitch. You might feel some body tingles. You might feel some heat. You might feel some cold. But it's just important, like I was saying earlier, just experience whatever it is you experience, and just know whatever is going to happen, it is for your highest good. And with your eyes closed, go ahead and take a few, 3 nice, big, slow, deep breaths. Because the easiest way to kind of get present, get in the moment, is with our breath. And then just do a mental scan, kind of slowly scan down your body, looking for any tension you might be holding behind your eyes and your jaw. Make sure your shoulders are nice and loose. Make sure your fists or your hands are open, not in fists. You're breathing with your belly. Your belly button should be rising and falling with each breath. And as you breathe in, I do want you to do that thing where you kind of feel and see light going in through your nose, through your mouth, and filling up your body, slowly filling up your body with light. Starting at the bottom of your feet and slowly going up your ankles and your knees. Just slowly fill your body up with liquid light. If there's any particular place that you really want healing, you can see the light going there, filling up that organ or that body, part of your body with lights. And just fill your body up all the way up to the top of your head with light. When your body is completely filled with light, take another nice, big, slow, deep breath in. Make that light even brighter. Make the light so bright, it starts pushing out through your skin. And fill the entire room that you're in with your light. Have your light go out past your body. and touch the walls, the ceiling, and the floor of the room that you're in. Physically feel the walls and the ceiling with your light. Now with another nice, big, slow, deep breath, go ahead and push your light out past, through the walls, into your neighbor's house, down the street. Fill your lights, filling your entire town with lights, going across the rivers and oceans, just growing bigger and brighter. Until your entire light fills up, the whole earth is in your light. Now push your light out and go touch the moon and the sun. Physically feel what it would feel like to have the moon and the sun in your light. And now way off on the distance, I want you to notice there's another light off very far away, just a little pinprick of light. It's the light of God, light of the universe. See it growing towards your light, coming to meet your light. Push your light out to meet the light of God. Feel your light touch the edge of the light of God. And with one nice, big, slow, deep breath, push your light and blend with the light of God. And for the next few minutes, just want you to feel that feeling, what it feels like to be blended with the light of God. Just experience whatever it is you experience. Right now, slowly disconnect from God and slowly bring your light back into your body, bringing all the healing and the love inside your body. And just find a few things that you can be grateful for. It's always good with this. As cheesy as it sounds, or it's love and light, and the way to increase The effectiveness of love and light is to be in a state of love. Being in a state of love, the easiest way to show love is to show gratitude, to be thankful. So I like people to end healing with finding a few things that you can feel grateful for, but then really feel it in your body. Something that you didn't cause to happen. Maybe it was a chance encounter where you met the love of your life, you got a certain job, something that you didn't happen, you didn't make happen, it happened for you. Just really feel how grateful you are that that person's now in your life, or you got the job of your dreams. Maybe it's the best friend that you have, an animal. Just spend a few minutes and just find a couple things to be grateful for and just really feel that gratitude. Feel it in your body. When you're ready, you can slowly open your eyes. So I didn't know how long you wanted that to be. Usually, well, it's a little bit difficult when it's silent, but
Yeah, no, that was perfect. That was exactly what it needed to be after a really beautiful day of so many wonderful talks. I'm wondering if Sean, do you have a question for Alan? Putting Sean on the
I'm
spot.
coming back to Earth. I had questions before, but I think I forgot them.
it can kind of put people in a kind of a trance. It can be difficult to talk afterwards. Or at least it is for me. So
Yeah.
So, I do have so there's something that you said in the beginning, and there are a lot of people attached. There's a payoff with being attached to pain and suffering. And you had spoke about it in the beginning. What could you say to people that don't quite realize, a lot of us, we say we want to heal or whatever, but we're getting at that payoff of, so what could you say to somebody to help get through to that it's like, you've got to let go of that, like you were saying, that payoff of, oh, you poor person, going through whatever you're going through. How could you get through to that person that the peace and joy of healing is so much greater than what you're getting by?
right. I think it's important in those situations is to kind of take a step back and go, okay, if there was a lesson in this, what is the lesson? How could I, what could I be learning from this? And then once you kind of step back from that, then you kind of get out of like maybe victim mode and you go, oh, if I didn't go through this, then I wouldn't have learned this, or maybe I'm supposed to learn, maybe I've been a little too self-absorbed, a little too selfish, or a little bit, whatever. I need to learn compassion, or I needed to learn self-love. So it's looking for the lesson, I think, is what's the important thing, or trying to look for the gift in it, which I know looking for the gift in it can be incredibly hard for a lot of people and can take a lot of time. But I had the one time I have heard an actual voice. I went to a Tony Robbins event, if anybody's familiar with him, and he was telling a story of Carrie Strug, which was on the women's gymnastics team, I think in the early 90s. And during her run, she was doing the pole vault thing, or the pommel horse, I don't know which one it was, but she was running and she did a little flip thing, and then she fell down and then she like sprained her ankle. And the whole world like gasped, like, oh no, like what's going to happen? And she like limped off, and everyone thought, just her Olympic chances are over. And as Tony Robbins is telling that story, I heard in my ear, that was a gift. And I even looked, I was like, what? Like I heard, it was as if someone was standing next to me, whispering or telling me in my ear. There was no one standing next to me, but I heard an audible voice say that was a gift. And I was like, what in the hell was that? And then subconsciously or immediately, I went to all the different things that I always complain about, like my family, different things that happened to me as a child or whatever. And as soon as I had all these, went through my little, because everyone has their tape that they play, their poor me victim tape. And so I kind of went going through that, all the things that I always complain about. And every time I thought of something, I heard, and that was a gift, and that was a gift. And I just started crying, and I just was bawling my eyes out, going, how horrible of me my whole life to spend, the vast majority of my life complaining about something that was actually a gift. I wouldn't be who I am. I wouldn't be where I am if those things hadn't happened to me. Like I was bullied a lot in school, and so now I have a YouTube channel. And I think even some people have been on here. There would be spammers, there would be people that like attack me, but you can't hurt me now. I went through a childhood where I was called everything. I was beat up after class. Everything bad that can happen to you as a kid happened to me. But looking back now, like, oh, that was a gift. That was preparing me for this. And if you look at everything in your life as preparing you for something else, then it will help you. Then you'll see past the present, I guess, or you'll see past the past, and you'll see the present.
So like you're saying, like all this pain and suffering is for us. It's happening for us, not to us.
Yeah, and it's really hard to, and I still struggle with that. Like I still complain about a lot of things. I'm not perfect in any way, but I think I just did an NDE interview. I'm not sure if it's the one I'm editing now or the one I did before. Maybe I think it's Jeff Olson, the one I think I just did, and he says the exact same thing in his. He said God told him the same thing, that everything is a gift. I'm not sure who said it, but I've heard that before from other people, and I'm like that. I've heard that too, and I think you see that on the other side when we pass. Like everyone talks about their soul contract or whatever, or we planned this life, and we did. I like to look at life as a school, like a university. Some people even talk about it as a university, and you go and you sign up to take a course, and that course has different lessons in it. And sometimes that lesson plan involves getting in a car wreck, or it involves, someone. Whatever the curriculum of, like whatever your soul's trying to accomplish. There's different things that it has to go through. And just like when you went to college, you don't go, oh, that professor is, we probably do say it a lot in college, is that professor is punishing me or whatever, but we don't see that we needed to go through that. Or a good movie is like Rambo, or not Rambo, Rocky. Like he has to go through all of these trials and tribulations to get to the point, to get to the, to be the hero in the end. Or if you watch any movie, there's no movie in the history of all movies where only good things happen. Like that's a boring movie. That's a boring book. So we have to go through these things because that's part of our story. And just like there's no Oscar-winning movie where someone doesn't have something really bad happen to them. There's nothing, your life, but it always has like a really good ending, right? So if your life wants your life to have a really good ending, you're gonna have to go through some difficult times. So.
Yeah, it's like a one big one room schoolhouse. We're all in different grades, but
exactly. And that's what, this is what Jeff Olson talks about, and I think you have him on either tomorrow or the next day. Is he says when he was going through the hospital, he was his spirit was floating through the hospital. He saw a heroin addict. And instead of seeing them as someone who's messed up their life, he saw them as a beautiful being who chose to come to this earth to experience that. And that's the school aspect. That's the lesson plan. So that's why I look at people too that have like, say, even someone who has gone through a really hard life. I always look up to them. I'm always like, wow, like you signed up for that? Like, that's crazy. Like, that's so like mad respect to you for coming to this world with that, like, that heart of a lesson, or that, I wouldn't say heart of a lesson. It's just I just see them as more advanced, almost. Like the harder your life is, I see that as like a good thing and not a bad thing. Or what they call like the world is the opposite world. Like this world, everything that we're told is important, success, fame, money, that's the opposite of what's important on the other side. On the other side, it's all about loving and giving of others, and just like, I don't know. So like you look at someone, with for lack of a better example, like the Kardashians or whatever. A lot of people look up to people that are super rich and they go, wow, they must have an amazing life. But I look more at the person who's on the street, who's, in the hospital, and go, wow, they have an amazing life. Their soul is really evolving.
That reminds me of, I was watching dogs for these multimillionaires one time, and someone came to visit, and she just had a perspective. The woman who owned the house was complaining about every little thing. The Diet Coke's on the table, this, just complain. And the guest turned to her and said, you know what? The only thing we have to do today is get a massage. So let's just be grateful. And I was just chuckling as I, carted their dogs out. And I was like, yeah, you can have all the money in the world and not be experiencing bliss and joy and peace. And, as I remember that afternoon, as I walked those dogs out to the ocean, I was like, here, I have it all. I'm sitting here with her beautiful dogs, looking at this beautiful ocean. And I just felt so grateful to be alive. And I think that's what near-death experiences teach us. And that's like the benefit of healing, is these moments where we get to really live. And that's kind of my wish at this conference and this summit, is that people just experience more bliss and more moments of really being here and loving it, and also supported with that unconditional love, and knowing that, it's an uphill climb sometimes. I mean, I think all of life is, it's like, it's a journey. That's a tough one. But our lessons, like you said, it's not a good movie if we don't have drama, and loss and pain and heartbreak. It's just not a movie you want to watch. And so, yeah.
And I'm not sure anybody who doesn't have any troubles is being completely honest either.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it's like almost, I wouldn't say it's illusion, but it's like, I guess the best way to look at it is just the best way to feel bliss, or the best way to be happy in those certain circumstances, is to look at it. What's the gift in this? What am I supposed to learn from this? Because it's not, a lot of us turn into victimhood, and we start blaming everybody, ourselves. And that's when we feel bad. Like if we look at it and go, I used to do this. Like if I was driving and I would miss my turn, or I would get happy. I'm like, oh, awesome. Like I missed my turn. I'm going to be 10, 15 minutes late, but maybe I was going to get in a wreck. Maybe, you don't know what that steered you away from, you don't know anything. So nothing like bad happens if you always think it's a gift. So.
Yeah. And I laughed when you were talking about the dealing with people on YouTube after being bullied, because I remember my first job assignment with junior high kids and being called a name, and I was like, I just chuckled. I was like, oh, I grew up with that. You think, you can't hurt me. What's going on with you? And it immediately shifts the conversation when you don't take things personally. And so it's a great gift in a way.
Yeah.
And that's really helpful.
The only way to learn that is through experience for the most part. So
what you said, Alan, is really helpful for everybody who's listening, because everybody's afraid to tell their story because of being bullied or made fun of, to even share about their NDE or any spiritual experience. It's hard to share that at first.
Yeah. And it's like, when I don't like pretending that, it's easy for me either. I don't even talk about this with my own family. Like my own family doesn't, because they're very much conservative Christian. And if you're not saying it's coming from Jesus, then you're doing the devil's work and that sort of stuff. So I still have my own struggles with my own families. I know Trisha had it with her and her NDE. I don't know. I haven't heard your story, but do you have?
I'm the same place. I'm just learning about a prophet is not welcome in his own hometown or something.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like I never heard that before, but it's kind of interesting. It seems like that's been going on for centuries to people.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, there's nothing new under the sun, as they say. But
and I think it's because our family they want to see us as they know us from growing up, rather than they don't want to see that we've grown or evolved or healed. It seems like it might trigger,
Right, but yeah, exactly. So it's you like I forgot who was saying this earlier, but it's like, yeah, I think it's Michael, like you do lose friends and you lose some family members. And that's what I like it when people mention that sort of stuff in the spiritual community, because a lot of people say, oh, it's manifest and everything is, your own creation. I am not always so sure about that, because I think if you look at anybody, any spiritual person or anybody just in the history of the world, people hated Jesus. Like I said, he's the one who made that statement, as a prophet is not welcome in his own town and or in his own family. So
a lot of us have literally lost everything of the world.
Oh, but that's yeah. And then so one more thing, exactly. And in terms of like, I wouldn't be on this path if I didn't lose my job. So like, I lost my job. You got, I call it the rug pull. You get the rug pulled, or you guys had to literally die. It's like not fun for the most part, but it's helping you. You're growing so much through that process, and so when you see it as a gift, it's just easier.
Yeah, I've shared with people, I gave up or lost everything to gain everything.
Yeah.
I love that.
And it's what I mentioned before is it's an individual path, but I will tell you this, Alan, like I was sitting there with the copy of my book, and it was, before I published it, and I was thinking about actually Tony Robbins. He didn't talk about his mother's abuse until she died. And I thought, you know what, I can take this chapter out of the book. It's not really that important. And then it was almost like fate stepped in and this series of events happened. And I was public already with some of my spiritual stuff, and I was just cut out of my family. So they made that decision for me. And I was like, well, I guess I keep the chapter, I guess it's meant to be there for people, there's a reason, there's other people who need to think about this and begin healing from narcissistic abuse and really start examining it. And, if I could have taken it out and had a relationship with my mother, I would have done that. I would have chosen that, but that's not what happened in my case. And I always tell people if they can have some sort of relationship, it's better, but you have to honor, I guess, your path.
Right. And yeah, and I'm glad you left that in the chapter in that book, because that definitely resonated with me, because I saw, like I even told you that when I first emailed you, it's like there's so many things in your story that related to my life, and it's so healing for other people to go there to see that they're not alone. And I think that's the most kind of important thing that you can do through any of this, is just show people that you're there, you care, and they're not the only one. And then if you can go through those trials and tribulations, go through the hell that you had to go through in terms of in the hospital, that I'm sure that's helped countless other people go, you know what, if she can do it, I can do it. And then that's the real healing. That's it.
The ripple effect, and like now that my ego is out of the book writing industry, I see that was like the pure part of me. I wanted to connect. I wanted people to not feel alone, because there were so many times I read a book and suddenly I was like, I'm not alone. This person, I get where they're coming from. I might not ever talk to them, but thank you for that moment. And I wanted to be just that little moment in people's lives, and that's the real joy in readings and healings and writing. All of that is this connectedness and this oneness and this community, really.
Yeah.
So you lose some people, but you gain the whole world of people who resonate with you.
Yeah, exactly. I think, and then I feel I've heard this from another NDEer as well, but it's like you don't, we always think that we know what we're doing, or that I'm healing, I'm channeling, that's what's helping people. But what's probably most helping people are these conversations, or, the nice gesture that you do to someone waiting in line at Starbucks, or, helping out the homeless person. That's where the real healing is. Everything else is like, because there's just so many different layers, and humans like to think, A plus B equals C, but sometimes it's A plus 4 plus blue plus yellow plus a dog on the street equals healing. It's going to be this path that that it's more complex, where our brains don't even register what we're doing. So it's best to just do the best you can with each moment that you have, and showing the most love that you can. And then you can't go wrong if you're living in love or you're acting out in love.
Yeah, it's true. And there's this part of me too that knows that maybe the painful part of being online has been in-person conversations with people when you're in the energy of a room. That heals so much. So all of this dynamic of extremism and people fighting online, it goes away when we're all just people in a room talking about our lives. And that's part of why I do this, and that's part of why I have these conversations, is like, we can all get along when we see the humanness in one another, when we see each other's hearts, when we see each other's souls, and we need to be reminded of that as humans.
Yeah. And yeah, I think that's the beautiful thing with NDEs, is it kind of, the reason why I like them so much is that it constantly is showing you that it's about love. And and then like you said, when we're all together, like I can think a lot of negative thoughts about politicians or family members or whatnot, but when you're around them and you're sometimes you can see, oh wait, they're just acting because they're scared of something. Like no one is, for the most part, most people don't want to be bad. Most people think their actions are helping or their actions are good. They might go about it in a really messed up way, but that usually comes down to fear. It's not, and then so you just kind of, I don't know. I try to see people in those situations or see people that I don't like as a child. That's like just a grown-up child that's acting out, maybe like a spoiled child, or I don't know. Sorry, my brain is kind of
no.
there.
That's exactly what my angels have said. Like when they've shown me different people who are narcissists or like abusive people, they just look at them like kids, like, oh, they're just throwing a tantrum. And though the abuse is real, what they do, it's still from that heavenly perspective, they just look at them as kids throwing a tantrum. Like, I want more.
Matt Kahn says, if you can give them what your 5-year-old child needs, because, so yeah, treat the narcissist as yourself as a 5-year-old inner child. And give it so give the narcissist when they're acting out, and of course, only a few of us can do this, like him, but I can't, but literally, if we can treat their 5-year-old wounded child, which is what they're acting from, and literally give their child what our 5-year-old wounded child needs.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, and because then we're healing ourselves and them at the same time.
Right.
Of course, that's a big challenge.
It's a huge challenge. That's if I, reading about NDEs, and there's like how did you learn to love? And then, so I always, if I say there's a politician or someone in my life that I can't find any love for them, I see them as a child, and then I go, or I try to see, what I would do is I ask God, like, how in the world can you love this person? Like, love this person that's doing all this harm in the world, or, say Hitler. And the kind of the vision I see in my head is, an adult with a child. And you see a child acting out, doing horrible things, and the parent is not going to stop loving their child because their child is, threw a tantrum or even did something horrible. They're going to always love them, because that's what I have a really hard time understanding, is how God can love all of us. So that seems, I don't know how. I just, Do you guys have a problem with that? It seems like the hardest thing ever.
Sean, I'll let you answer.
I have my loving moments, but after my NDE, it was all love and light, which was 3 years ago. But as I got more physically in this realm, then the unhealed stuff comes back that I'm here to heal. And the ones that trigger us the most, the way that I look at it, is they are my Buddha. They're my Jesus Christ. If I can heal the ones that really trigger me the most, they're my way, they're my pathway to ascension. Because if I can forgive them, there's nothing else to forgive.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I love that. I got the chills. Yeah.
Yeah.
You feel the same way, Trisha?
I'm learning more about this. So as I do medium readings, this is information that I've just learned from some souls who, I won't go into who this guy was, but he did a lot of bad things. And I was talking to this person, and he had a deep re-education. So he was someone in life who I think was kind of a neo-Nazi, and just so he lived through all the lives of everyone who was at a concentration camp. So he was just kind of re-educated, and that's deep. And I remember thinking, I always think that that's it's punishment or it's hell, but it's not hell, because you're detached as you actually experience this. So it's just when your soul gets so limited in its thinking and so bogged down by wrong thinking and fear, then you do have a time of re-education where that oneness, it takes a while to get there. You have to live through many different experiences. And I was like, that's interesting. So maybe this idea of burning in hell isn't accurate. It's just like education. I mean, like, and at the bottom of everything, wouldn't we do that if we could get rid of prison systems and we could just heal people and re-educate them and bring them back into society? Ideally, that's heaven. That's what we do. So it makes sense that realm is that way.
Yeah, and one way I've learned to look at it is that, say, you can read all the books you want on Paris or New Zealand or Egypt or whatever, but you will never know what Paris is like until you go visit it, until you experience it, until you walk the streets. And so someone like Hitler will never know the damage he did unless he has to live through that pain that he caused. So I do think that is what hell is, but I don't think it's like a permanent thing. I think it's like you said, it's a learning thing. He would have to go through and physically feel all of that and go, oh, yeah, that's not the right way to live.
Right. And that's, I'll end with this question. It was what I posed at the beginning of the conference, but we all wake up, and I think our central questions is, who am I? And, that's your collection of thoughts, your spirit, it's so many different things. And then where am I? What is this experience? And then where am I going? And those questions, I think, are what we wake up with. And so what do you make of those deep questions, and how has your journey given you peace about those deeper questions?
I'm not at peace. No, it's like that's a day-to-day thing. Every day I'm trying to, I don't know. I like to always just tell people, like, I don't have it figured out. I don't have the answers. I'm here. I want to learn from you. If I can help, then you can learn from me. But I don't pretend to have any of the answers. The way I look at it is I'm constantly just trying to remind myself of those things that we just talked about, is that we're here to learn how to love. This is just it's a school. And then and if I find myself ruminating about a certain person, and then I might do that for days, weeks, months, and eventually I'll go, no, I need to look at this different, because this is not healthy. This is not, helping. And that's what I love about near-death experiences, is they tend to remind me of the things that I have forgotten about, or that I'm not living. So that's what's important. So I guess that's how I do it, is I get plugged in, or I go seek out things of other people that are having spiritual experiences, and then I try to see if it triggers something in me, and then that gives me peace. Other people's lessons and journeys give me peace. So I guess that's the answer.
Nice. Well, thank you for joining us, and thank you everyone for watching. And I have enjoyed this day immensely. And I just want to remind everyone, we start again at 1 tomorrow with lots of speakers, so same time frame. And if you missed this, you can purchase the recordings and all the pre-recordings from all the various speakers. So thank you for your time, and I do appreciate the donations today. And thank you, Alan.
Thank you. Aloha.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.